In case people want to check you out,
KevinEbrightMusic.com.
KevinEbrightMusic.com. If you have an event, check out Kevin Ebright. He's been amazing, playing all morning long. Steph, this is an amazing spot.
I'm so glad it's a Friday because John Brown and I are just saying this is it for us. We might not be back on Monday.
Well, you're not, right? You are taking some time. I got to come back. But this is my only day working this week. I have a one-day work week because the bar's open. We're out of time. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks for joining us out there.
Bye, guys.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining me on Fox 35 News Plus. My name is Loris Leone. I'm filling in today for Garrett Weimer. He is out on a much needed and much deserved vacation. All right, straight away, let me give you a live look here. This over here is, as we see, an Angie Nixon for U.S. Senate sign. Soon, Representative Maxwell Frost is set to make a big announcement. So what we know right now is that there is the potential for Maxwell Frost to endorse Angie Nixon. So that's a really big possibility here. That's set to take place anytime now. A little bit about Angie Nixon. She originally started in the Florida House. She has advocated for things like affordable housing, strong public schools, fair wages, and quality health care. She serves on several committees, including the State Affairs Committee and the Education Administration Subcommittee, where she is the Democratic ranking member. Now, Nixon is not seeking re-election, of course, because she wishes to move on to the Senate, and that, again, is what we're looking for Maxwell Frost to potentially endorse. Now, she is currently running against Ashley Moody, so we will definitely keep our eyes and ears on that. And she may be coming out right now. We're seeing a little bit of movement. So I want to stay on this for the time being until we can see if they pop up here any moment. Other notable things about Nixon. She is a small business owner. She co-founded the Melanin Market, an outdoor market. It just basically connects residents to local resources and healthy foods. She also has Natalie's Nook and Candy Shop. She opened that with her daughter. And so, again, we're looking to see if Maxwell Frost is going to endorse her. You know, and like, again, just stay on this because I know the moment that I leave it, they will take to the podium. So we'll spend a little bit more time here. It's definitely something that has been in the talks that Maxwell Frost potentially will endorse Angie Nixon. So we're going to see if that continues to happen. I think later on in Fox 35 News Plus, I do also believe that we'll be hearing from Ashley Moody as well. And we have a 2-minute warning from that. So we're just going to keep on it for just a little bit more time. This is certainly a race that a lot of people are talking about. So it's definitely something that we want to continue to keep our pulse on as November inches closer and closer. It's definitely a race where people are anxiously waiting to see who is going to take that Senate seat. So again, we're at the 2-minute warning. This is in Orlando where they're set to speak. That Maxwell Frost is going to take the podium. We got that 2-minute warning. So we're going to definitely wait and see. all in a few minutes here. You can see people filing in a little bit there. Not sure crowd size quite yet because we've only really gotten to see that sign, but I'm sure there's a healthy crowd out there. Now, the Senate seat was previously held by Republican Marco Rubio. When Rubio resigned in 2025 to become the U.S. Secretary of State in President Donald Trump's administration, Governor Ron DeSantis appointed then Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody to temporarily fill that seat. Now, the special election, because Moody was an interim opponent, state law requires a special election to be held on November 3rd to determine who will complete the final 2 years of Rubio's original team. Now, before Nixon can face Moody in the general election, she must first win the Democratic nomination. Nixon's main Democratic opponent is Alex Vindman, the former U.S. National Security Council official and high-profile whistleblower. Now, Angie Nixon's campaign, Nixon, again, is heavily leaning on her local roots, her legislative experience, running on a platform focused on that affordable housing initiative, fair wages, public education is also big, and health care access. This is something that's really important to know as well. While Nixon has strong grassroots supports, she has a very strong grassroots supports, and Vindman has a massive financial and national name recognition advantage. He's well known. But as of June 30th, 2026, Vindman raised over $14.5 million, roughly, or in that ballpark, while Nixon has raised roughly $625,000. So definitely a stark difference there. Now, as a sitting incumbent with strong backing, as we just spoke about, the GOP establishment, Ashley Moody, she's definitely looking among political experts as the heavy favorite to win the Republican nomination against a few of lesser-known challengers, people that names and reputation aren't as widely known as Moody's. So we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we're going to hope that once we come back, we can listen into that conference. So until then, I'll see you on the other side.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Alrighty, well, we're still waiting on that press conference, that joint press conference with Maxwell Frost, and Angie Nixon. We got a 2-minute warning, but we're still waiting on that. So while we do wait, Brooks Garner has a look at what our weather is shaping up to be this weekend. All right, Brooks, take it away. Good morning. Brooks is here with us. Brooks, what can we expect today?
Well, Larissa, it is going to be another hot day today. We're looking at temperatures in the mid-90s, but we're about to see some big changes come our way this weekend with heavy rain on the way for Sunday afternoon. And that's going to be the beginning of a pattern change that takes us through next week with really heavy rain. Now, it's going to be muggy today, very muggy, but also, for the most part, pretty dry outside with a chance for rain south of Orlando. But once we get into the second part of the weekend, make sure you keep a really close eye on the weather forecast if you have any outdoor plans. Here's a view from Mount Dora. We've got a nice start to the day there. It's coming up on lunchtime and it's warming up fast. We're going to top out today at 96 in Orlando, 97 in Ocala, 90 degrees at Titusville and Cocoa Beach. Hour by hour, we'll jump into the mid-90s by 4, the high of 96, and a 30% chance for thunderstorms. Okay, so as far as the rain goes over the next 7 days, we will catch some really heavy areas of rain that could accumulate to more than 6 inches, where you see the purple colorations, and the white colorations could approach 10 inches. That is when you add all the rain up each day over the next 7 days. Now, clearly, this will favor areas along and east of the middle of the state. So this will be east central Florida, not so much west central Florida, Tampa. This will be more like Orlando to Melbourne catching the heaviest rain. A lot of rain on the way, and this is a welcome pattern shift after what's been a really hot couple of days. Hot is fine if you get rain, but when you don't get rain, it really dries things out quickly. Part of the reason we've got this front in the southern U.S., we're talking about Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, that is bringing with a lot of tropical moisture. And as this front works southward, it's going to combine and do a squeeze play for all this heavy rain potential with high atmospheric moisture come Sunday into Monday, Tuesday, and probably right on through Thursday of next week. All right, so future clouds and radar features a flow today out of the east, and we'll see a couple showers south of Orlando. Most of the action sets up over Tampa. And then fast forwarding to tomorrow after 5 o'clock, isolated thunderstorms, possibility of what are called late bloomers, where you get storms popping up well after dark, maybe after dinner time, down around the attractions in Polk County. We'll see. But with that front coming in on Sunday, pressing southward, we'll see numerous storms developing as soon as 1 p.m. and really coming together and maxing out through 5, maybe 7 p.m. Some of these could be really heavy with several inches of rain as well as lots of lightning. Lightning will be the biggest threat on Sunday for outdoor plans. Monday, we do it all over again. This front will be stuck in the vicinity. So it's going to get really active, and this is going to be a huge turnaround compared to the weather that we've had over the last couple of days with these beautiful clear blue skies and hot weather. So 96 for both today and tomorrow. And then with the rain coming our way, we're going to see our temperatures dropping into the lower 90s, which is actually where we should be this time of the year. And also, we should be rainy this time of the year. This is the heart of the rainy season. So a 60 to 70% chance of rain is completely normal and very welcome. So, yeah, Larissa, we're looking forward to that change. I think a lot of us have enjoyed a break from the action, but we're about to jump right back into the heart of July.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's exciting to know that we're making it kind of a little bit through the summer season.
So true.
We're inching closer to fall.
The sun angle is a little lower. It's not quite that June sun angle, so there's hope. There's hope for cooler days.
Fingers crossed that cooler days come our way. But for now, we'll take that rain and we'll take some sunshine. That's
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Brooks, thank you so much for joining us today.
Dr. Walker, it feels like at every single news conference
with you here. We're going to go straight away to that joint press conference that we have been waiting for. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys tune right in.
I am honored today to open us up because I was asked to introduce Congressman Max Frost. And if you know his story, you know that like me, he's from Central Florida, from Orlando, Florida. You know that like me, he is Afro-Caribbean, but you also know he is a community organizer. And it's that excellence and that commitment to the people that got him elected, and that makes me especially proud for him to not just be the congressman, but to be my congressman. As a lifelong resident of Congressional District 10, I am honored that he shows us every day that whether you are organizing in the halls of Congress or across this great state of Florida or in a little town neighborhood called Crosstown where I'm from, you can get it done with your people. Yes. And after a few of more of those community organizers come out, you're gonna see the people who have been getting it done, both in their elected office and after. And so, as a quick surprise, we wanna invite a guest out who isn't on the agenda, but is always in the streets. Rep. Escamani, could you come out, please?
All right, who's ready to send Angie Nixon to the U.S. Senate? So I have been with my girl, Angie Nixon, in the trenches of the Florida House. And let me tell you, it's hard work. Good trouble. It is really hard work. It is good trouble. And it's work that requires a passion for community. It's work that requires a lot of balance, not in the process, but in life, to try to do everything all the time for all the people you care about. It's overwhelming, the type of fights we have to have, but it's always worth it. Even fighting when you know you're going to lose that battle, we still show up. Yeah. And Representative Nixon, Angie is someone who is willing to fight even when she's the only one standing up. That's right. That's right. And I take so much pride in being a colleague and being a friend and showing up with her when those times get tough.
Yes, you did. And
there was a vote on ceasefire, a resolution that Angie presented, and I was the only one that voted yes with her.
Yeah. And I appreciate you.
And I'm always proud of you, and I'm proud of that vote. As hard as the moment was, you stood firm. And that's a constant inspiration for, I think, a lot of us, to stand firm, even when people give you a side eye, even when folks are disrespectful, even when folks say things that are just incredibly cruel, you always keep showing up. And it was very important to me to show up for you today. So, with that, are we ready to elect Angie Nixon to the U.S. Senate? Are we ready to send a fighter for the people? Someone who has done the work? Someone who doesn't run away from tough questions? Someone who represents her community? Let's go do it. And so, with that, I am so honored to introduce another fighter in this work, another sister in the struggle, someone else I've also been able to really see as family in this community and in this state, the phenomenal, the remarkable, the one-of-a-kind Senator LaVon Bracey Davis.
I think I can feel the energy of the room, but I need to ask a couple questions. Are there any freedom fighters in the house? Any dream defenders in the house? Any history makers in the house? Okay, because y'all know wherever I go, I gotta take the temperature of the room. And I think I am in the right place. What an honor. You know, I got up this morning and I said, let me put on my pink suit, and I said, no, let me put these sneakers on so that people see I'm ready to work. I'm ready to, I am absolutely ready to work. It has been an honor. I was one of the first, I believe one of the first elected officials to endorse Representative Angie Nixon. And let me tell you why, though. Let me tell you why. Many of you know that I am a licensed and barred attorney. And being an attorney, whenever you're working on a case or wherever you're working to defend or you're working on a case, you look for eyewitnesses, right? And I'm gonna tell you, I am an eyewitness, right? I'm not a witness that is listening to hearsay. I've seen firsthand. I've served with Angie Nixon. Yeah, I've served with her, and I've seen how she stood firm, flat-footed, sometimes by herself. I've seen how when she took your issues of affordable housing to Tallahassee, she took the issues of women having bodily autonomy to Tallahassee. I saw how she fought flat-footed against illegal, unconstitutional gerrymandering. Yeah, I saw it firsthand. I saw it with my own two eyes. So I can bear witness to what Angie Nixon has done for the state of Florida. So, yeah, I can bear witness. I can bear witness. But because I know what she can do in Tallahassee, that gives me hope of what she can do in Washington, D.C. I know she's ready to fight. I know she's ready to work, and so we need to be ready to work on her behalf, right? Because she's going, she's going to stand tall for us in Washington, D.C., but she can't show up for us unless we show up for her.
That's right.
So I'm excited to be here. I am honored to, again, publicly and emphatically give my endorsement. But before we do that, I got to bring somebody else to the podium. And there was nothing good that came out of the illegal gerrymandering, but one thing. This congressman is now my congressman. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our congressman, the people's champion, none other than Congressman Maxwell Alejandro from.
When I say Angie, you say Nixon. Angie! Nixon! Angie! Nixon! Angie! Nixon! Good morning. I am Congressman Maxwell Frost. I represent Central Florida in the United States Congress. And today, I am proud to endorse Angie Nixon for the United States Senate. Listen, we're here today because we believe in a country that can be as great as its promise. We're here today because we know Angie Nixon has been fighting for that year after year in the Florida State Legislature. And now she is ready, she is able, and she is going to take that fight to Washington, D.C., where we need it most right now. Yeah. We have to talk about the person she's going to replace, Ashley Moody. Ashley Moody has built a career standing with the same billionaires and corporations who have screwed us all. This moment demands not just another politician, but it demands a fighter. Someone who's going to stand up to the status quo. Someone who's going to say, we need someone who's going to fight to make sure that we have health care, because health care is a human right. Someone who understands that in a country where we want more families, we want working families to be safe, everybody should have universal child care. Someone who understands that we're going to fight, yes, to create pathways to home ownership, but we have to protect our renters and our tenants that are being screwed over year after year after year.
Come on.
And that we have to build a country where maybe we go back to when we're buying homes competing with each other, not BlackRock, Airbnb, and Wall Street that are buying up our communities. Angie knows that we don't want data centers built in our communities that are going to compromise our water, work to take away our jobs, and create insane sound pollution and hike up our utility costs. And the reason she knows this isn't because she read it in a book. It's not because she read it online. It's because she's been traveling this state listening to the people. Angie Nixon is for the many, not the money. She understands. She understands what we need in this moment. And I'm so proud that you could put it on a t-shirt if you want. And I'm just so proud to stand here to endorse her today, because this is what we need. We see around the entire country Democrats standing up and saying enough is enough. We are going to be a party that is for working people. We're going to be the party of FDR. We're going to be the party that says we have big ideas because we have big problems. And the thing about the campaign Angie is waging right now is it's not even just about Democrats. It's about all of us. It's not about Democrats versus Republicans or this versus that. It's about the people versus the problem. And in this moment, where so many of our country have so little, and so few people have so much, Angie realizes that to fight wealth inequality, to make sure we all can do well, we can all go to vacation, we all have paid sick leave and family leave and a good job and a union job where we can live the American dream, which, by the way, isn't about surviving, it's about thriving. For us to do that, we have to stand strong in Washington, D.C., from the corporate interests that have taken over our political system. And yes, it manifests itself in both parties. And it is going to take a new generation of leaders to say enough is enough. We're going to fight for the people. From Miami to Tallahassee to Orlando, Florida. From Pine Hills to Tampa. From Jacksonville to Gainesville. All across the state to the Panhandle. Angie doesn't care what your party registration is. She cares about the fact that things cost too much and no one has any money. She cares about the fact that we live in a country where the leading cause of death for a child is to be shot with a bullet in 2026. She cares about the fact that we lose 60,000 Americans a year because they don't have health insurance. And she knows that it's by virtue of being alive that you deserve to be healthy. There is nothing more patriotic than wanting your people to have a roof over their head. There is nothing more patriotic than making sure you want your people to be healthy. There is nothing more patriotic than fighting for working class American families, and that's what Angie Nixon will do for every Floridian in the United States Senate. And I have to say, I've been proud to make a few Senate endorsements across the country, and the reason I'm doing this is simple. In moments where Democrats have had a trifecta and have had the Senate, the House, and the White House, the biggest impediment to progress has been the United States Senate. We know that we need people who will commit to ending the filibuster. A Jim Crow era rule that has prevented us from passing universal child care, that has prevented us from expanding education, that has prevented us from passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, which, by the way, would have kept us from a lot of the horrible voter suppression tactics we see going on in Florida right now. So she's built for this moment that we're in, where people are crying out for relief, where people are crying out for leaders who, again, are going to prioritize working families, not corporate interests. And Angie knows that what she's saying and what she's fighting for, it might get her uninvited from a few dinners. It might piss off a few corporate lobbyists, but she doesn't care. And my ask for people in Central Florida, and especially in my district, that I've been proud to represent the last 4 years and that I have been elected to another year because I'm running unopposed. Another term. My ask for the people of Central Florida is when you go in August to cast your ballot in our Democratic primary for Senate, that you vote for the fighter and that you vote for Angie Nixon. The choice couldn't be any clearer. If you're ready to defeat Ashley Moody, Angie Nixon. If you're ready to reject corruption and special interests, Angie Nixon. If you're ready to build an economy that works for working people, Angie Nixon. If you're ready to pass Medicare for all, Angie Nixon. If you're ready for universal child care, Angie Nixon. If you're ready to make sure that the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share, Angie Nixon. And if you're ready to take back Florida for working people, for the average Floridian, Angie Nixon. Let's get it done. And without further ado, please give it up for the next senator representing the great state of Florida, Angie Nixon.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for coming. I was crying earlier. I really just want to say thank you to Congressman Frost. Thank you to Senator Bracy Davis. Thank you to Representative Escamani and everyone that came out today. I am.
Take your time. Take your time.
I love my state.
Yeah, you do.
With all my heart, and I love the people in this state, which is why I am fighting so hard to represent you. Whew. Florida needs more of real. Florida needs more of real working class Floridians who are courageous and transformative And shout out to all these electeds up here and these organizers up here who are the real Florida. We share a vision, y'all. A vision. We have many core beliefs here. First and foremost, we understand the importance of listening and showing up. We know that working families are being crushed right now by costs that were only exacerbated by corrupt politicians like Ashley Moody and Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. We need bold, unapologetic leadership with solutions that actually meet the scale of crisis the people are facing every single day. We don't have to tell you the economy is broken. You can feel it firsthand. Rents are skyrocketing. 18% over the national average is what it is like to rent here in the state of Florida. Property insurance, over 300% of the national average. That ain't right.
No, it isn't.
Rents are skyrocketing. Home insurance rates in Florida are almost triple, as I stated. Wall Street landlords are buying our neighborhoods up while groceries and gas break the bank. It is not radical to demand that the people in the state of Florida and all over the country get $25 for a minimum wage. It is not radical for us to demand that people have access to quality health care. That's why we're pushing Medicare for all. Because no one should have to go bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. Free child care and paid family leave. Too many parents are paying the cost of a mortgage to send their children to an early childhood facility. It does not have to be this way. And when I become your next United States Senator, I look forward to working alongside Congressman Frost to make sure we have universal child care. We produce the world's first trillionaire. Meanwhile, we have veterans living homeless on the street. Meanwhile, we have educators that teach our babies day in and day out are living in their cars. But we're producing trillionaires. We're allowing companies that made, 88 companies that made over $105 billion to not pay federal taxes. Meanwhile, there are people working day in and day out that made $50,000 that have to go into payment plans with the IRS. Say shame. Shame. It's time we make billionaires and big corporations pay what they owe. They need to pay taxes just like the everyday Floridians in this state. To beat an extremist like Ashley Moody, it is going to take us coming together and not being divided. It is going to take moderates and conservatives and progressives and people who are just confused about whatever it is that's happening right now. It is going to take us all coming together to work together to push back against these corrupt corporations and these greedy billionaires. And you know what? What's really funny to me is that they're going to say things like, we don't have the money to do all of that. It costs too much money. They're trying to bankrupt us. I believe that a budget is a moral document. It lets us know what our values are. And right now, the folks in D.C. got our values jacked up.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Because the values that they have are dedicated to the rich and the corrupt corporations. But the wars. But the values of the people that are standing alongside me and behind me are on the people. The everyday hard-working people in the state of Florida. And I know that their values are jacked up because they spending $1 billion on a ballroom that we'll never get to dance in. They're spending nearly $2 billion a day on a war that's making some of them richer. A war that we didn't ask for.
Talk about it.
They're giving money to these corporate schools, meanwhile shutting down our public schools in the most needed communities. And so we're saying no more. No more. As a matter of fact, we're saying hell no. Hell no. Together, we're going to keep building an unstoppable coalition of working families, young voters, labor unions, and grassroots organizers who want real change. This is the movement we are building together, and it is exactly what we need to take on this fight in Washington. And it is time for us to no longer just survive. It's time for us to thrive and to flourish. That's it. And I look forward to knocking on every door, making all the phone calls, showing up, answering the tough questions, so that we can work harder, organize stronger, get louder, to push back so we can build a Florida and an America for all. Let's go win! Questions or anything?
When we fight,
we win!
When we fight,
we win!
When we fight,
we win! Any questions?
What is the path look forward for you between now and the 18th to make sure you get this around to? What is your path forward to secure this nomination?
The path forward is to continue to do what we're doing and what we've always done, and that's to show up and to knock on every door, make all the phone calls, and go and talk to voters. What's really interesting about this People Power campaign is we actually have independents and Republicans that change their party affiliation to vote for me in the primary. As a matter of fact, we have them, those same people, they're knocking on doors and making phone calls with us and donating to the campaign. The winning strategy is going out and talking to people about the issues and letting them know that this campaign is not about me. It's about us. It's about improving our quality of life. That's how we win.
Hi, Representative. I'm with Florida Politics. What would you say to people that say you need NPAs, you need Republicans to win? What would you say to critics that say you're too progressive?
I would say that we already got them, as I just stated. We have them knocking on doors already, making phone calls, and donating to the campaign. And so we are not going to leave any stone unturned at all. This campaign is not about politics as usual. It's about returning the power back into the hands of the people. I am someone who is people over politics, people over profit, and even people over party, because I care about my people.
Tell them. As your campaign aid discussions with the women campaign about getting a debate up to see the two go on stage.
Did you ask me if he wants to debate me?
Is there anything in the
I mean, you gotta ask him, he keep running. I mean, the other day I actually was sitting, I got invited to a forum, and he did too, and he did not show up. And so the people want to know where he stands on the issues, and we need a U.S. Senator that's going to show up when we need them. If someone is already running away from tough questions, running away from town hall meetings, what we think they're going to do if they become the senator. And so we need someone who's going to show up all the time, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's not popular, but when it's needed the most, and I am that candidate. Any more questions? Yes. The commitments that I have always made, which are to stand up and fight for them, to help push through the PRO Act, and to help make these billionaires pay them living wages.
That's right.
That's what we need to happen.
That's right.
Yes.
Can you give us any insight, obviously, speaking about the domestic issues here, obviously the same thing with foreign relation issues. You know, there's an ongoing war right now in Iran, obviously it's impacting gas prices. But just what is your, I guess, your outlook, perspective, what your foreign policy would be if you were to be elected to the U.S.
Thank you for that question. It's really important to know that I am going to scrutinize everything with a fine-tooth comb. At the end of the day, right, the people that I've been talking to all across this country are concerned about keeping a roof over their head. Right. And we should make sure that we are putting Floridians and Americans first before we go into endless wars of choice that make Donald Trump's son-in-law even richer.
Right.
Say that,
Angie. Angie.
Angie, what do you think you're going to do for our problem, for the safe stacking problem we got in Florida?
Yeah, so we need to make sure that we are looking out and decreasing some of the ratios so that you all are safe, and also allowing that our patients and our family members and our loved ones have safe ratios. And also, I am someone who likes to bring the people with me. I am not going to Washington, D.C. alone. I'm going with about 25 million voices as well. And I am going to make sure, like, this is my promise, just like I am doing as a state representative, I'm going to have an advisory committee made up of people who are in all walks of life, different subject matter experts to help guide me, right? To help me with legislation, to help me on my policy positions, because again, this is not about me. It's about the people. I believe that hardworking, everyday people should get to shape what their communities look like and what their economies look like. And right now, that's not what's happening in Washington, D.C. We have corrupt politicians like Ashley Moody that are continually doing the bidding of their campaign donors and their billionaire friends and family members. I don't know about y'all, but my bank account has gotten lower, but Ashley Moody's bank account has continued to go up. And that is because Ashley Moody is continuing to do this insider stock trading and all this stuff. And also, what they're telling us is our country and our state is for sale. But I'm not down with that. Our country and our state should be for the people. And so when I go to Washington with my good brother here, we're going to put it back in the hands of the people. Thank you all for coming out today. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank y'all. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're in.
Alrighty, you were listening in there on a joint conference. Congressman Maxwell Frost and Florida State Representative Angie Nixon. That was the press conference you just heard from. Now, the Maxwell Frost just officially endorsed Angie Nixon. Now, this endorsement is huge. It serves as a massive progressive stamp of approval, if you will. Now, Frost, the first Gen Z member of Congress, he's highly influential among young and, as I just stated, progressive voters, and this backing strongly aligns with the platform that Nixon just spoke about. We heard about affordable housing there. We heard about fair wages. We heard her speak a little bit about public education and working class support for Floridians. It signals a unified front between the two, coming just after Nixon secured the endorsement of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Florida as well. We're going to go ahead and take it to a quick break. There will be more here on Fox 35 News Plus coming up. Stick around.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello, everybody. We are so close to the weekend. It is Friday, and I have Sarah Barkley and Ashley Edwards joining me today. Ladies, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, the best day of the week.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. Okay, a lot of amazing things that are happening. Talk to me about what's going on.
We have so many incredible events lined up for this weekend. And to kick it off, we have the International Vegan Food Festival happening this Saturday on Wall Street from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. This is a completely free event for you guys to attend in Wall Street in downtown Orlando. And it's family and pet friendly, so bring those furry friends as well. You'll experience a ton of delicious plant-based eats from all the incredible vendors that are going to be there, plus a ton of local businesses and artists are going to be popping up there as well, so you can splurge on some unique shopping and crafts. There's also going to be live music, giveaways, and just really a lot of fun for the whole family in a really great inclusive community event happening in the heart of Orlando.
Very, very exciting. Sorry guys, my voice is going out today, but stick with me because the weekend's almost here. What else do we got going on?
We have in Orlando Christmas in July bar crawl. We are so excited. It doesn't feel that far away, honestly. I can't believe it's already almost August. So to kick it off, this is a 21 plus event, obviously, because it is a bar crawl starting at the Bullet Bar in downtown Orlando. It's happening tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. There's going to be free entry included with the cost of the ticket, holiday themed drink specials. So you're going to get those special Christmas flavors you can't get anywhere else right now. They're going to have access to a featured after party included with the cost of the ticket, professional event photography. So if you're looking for some cute Instagrammable photos to show off that you went to this event, and they're also having a digital bar crawl map included so that you're not lost when you're hopping from bar to bar. So if you're not familiar with the downtown area, that map is going to be the key to finding all those bars, and it's a great way to explore the downtown bar scene if you have yet to go.
I have not myself personally gone there, but I gotta tell you something. I love Christmas, and I don't care what time it is. I'm ready. Yes, I get you, girl. It's Christmas
this is perfect for you.
time. Yes. Oh my goodness. That is so exciting. Okay. What else besides the Christmas bar crawl? I'm hungry, you guys. What do you got for food?
Well, I have another foodie fest for you, and it's the R&B Wing Festival. So maybe if you're not a vegan eater and you want a little bit of meat, check out the Wing Festival. It's happening also on Saturday from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. Tickets are $15 general admission. This festival is 18 plus, so adults only, and it's happening at Orlando Festival Park. That's right off of East Robinson Street. There is parking on site, though the parking lot can get filled pretty quickly, so rideshare, definitely recommend for this one. The vibes are purely day party. There's going to have live DJs spinning some great R&B music. And again, all the wings that you guys can eat. There is actually a competition happening this day at 2:30 and at 3:30. They're doing a mac and cheese and a wing competition. And Buffalo Boss is returning to defend their title of best wings they got last year. Definitely a big pro tip is bring lawn chairs, bring blankets, bring fans, bring tents, all so you can really sit there and enjoy the festival. Remember, guys, it is Florida in July. It gets hot out there. Stay hydrated, bring umbrellas, bring tents if you're going to stay and camp out all day.
A wing competition. I don't know about you ladies, but I can put down a serious amount of wings, an embarrassing amount of wings. So how do I register?
You can go online and get your tickets on UNation. We have a link, and it's just $15 for general admission.
Oh, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Okay, there's still a lot more exciting things. What's up next, ladies?
We have an indoor market in Claremont. It's called the Wayfinders Island Market. It's based off of Disney's Moana, so you're going to see those awesome theme park local vendors that you can't get when you're actually at the theme parks. This is starting at 11 a.m. and goes till 3 p.m. The event itself is free. It's inside again, and it's hosted by Ever After Market. We love these Disney markets. You find so many unique things. I've grabbed a Disney cup with Mickey's on it, and I always get compliments, and I love supporting local businesses. So if you're looking for gifts for maybe a birthday or a celebration and it's something that you can't get online, you have to go to these markets. Orlando has so many great theme park inspired markets that you can check out. And this one's going to be, again, inside in the air conditioning. So you're not going to be sweating the entire time you're there.
Oh, air conditioning wings, air conditioning, I don't know. That's a tough toss-up, ladies.
It's a toss-up.
All right, we have some more contenders for how I should spend my weekend. Talk to me about airboats.
Yes, so we have some great date night ideas if you're looking to, still go out but not really burn up in the sun and you want to go do something at nighttime. There is a nighttime airboat tour where you can go in Kissimmee and go look for gators on an airboat. It's so much fun. We did the daytime night tour. I mean, not the daytime night, sorry. Daytime tour for Gator airboats, and it was about half the cost, and that one was super fun, but they highly recommended that we wanted to see even more gators to go at nighttime. It is about $75 per person, but if you go in the daytime, it's half the cost and it's half the amount of time. You don't need reservations for the daytime, but for the nighttime specifically, you do need reservations and you need to book it by 4 p.m. that day. So this is something that you should go ahead and kind of plan out and get ready to go to. Again, for the daytime, adults are only 36 and children ages 3 to 12 are 32. And if you want to bring kids that are 2 and under, those are actually free. You can also bring a group up to 15 people, but that one will require a reservation. The last daily tour leaves at 5 p.m. so that you can kick off those night tours after, and the average wait time for the daytime one is 15 to 30 minutes. Again, the nighttime one does need to be booked in advance, but this is a great date night idea if you love adventure and you're not looking to go get food and you want to try something different that's super stereotypical Orlando, Florida. This is the perfect way to experience Florida.
It's so fun. We had a reporter actually do a little bit of a tour and she looked like she had a great time. However, nighttime in the water, I'm scared.
You know what? I recommend bug spray because the bugs do come out at nighttime pretty intensely in Orlando.
Yeah, Florida is definitely a state where you got to ditch that perfume and you just got to swap that right out for bug spray because that's what you need. Okay, so we have this one is like a little for the skating people. Talk to me about it.
Astro Skate also has skate nights in Orlando. This is a little bit more budget friendly. So usually the cost for these nights range around $10 to $18. They have all different events throughout the day. So if you're not able to make it to nighttime and you actually just want to learn to skate, maybe you've never skated before, they have Saturday beginner lessons starting at 9 a.m. and go to 10. It's $10 and it includes all day rental and all day skate included. So if you wanted to skate there, but they also of course have those nighttime events from 11:15 to 2:15 a.m. They have Roll Bounce, which is around $17 or $18. This includes the rentals as well. It's 18 plus, so if you're looking to kind of avoid the kids, you know how to skate, or you're wanting to try it out, you can go at nighttime. There are some really, really talented skaters there, and they're really fun to watch. So maybe if you're nervous and you haven't done it yet, there's a lot of people there. Like, it's a great community. They're willing to help. It's a lot of fun. And if you're not able to make it on Saturdays, on Sundays, they have a lot of events. From starting at 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., they have open skate. From 3 to 5, they have low dose skate. 5:30 to 8, they have hip hop skate, which is a family friendly one. And then from 8 to 8:30, there's adult skating lessons. So if you want to go for the adult only night and learn a little bit before, you can go and skate. And then at 8:30 to 11 are those decades after dark, ages 16 plus.
You know, Sarah, you could have just said my name when you said if you're nervous, go ahead. Like next time, just say Larissa. You need
well, there's skating classes for you. They can build up your confidence now. Now you can go to the class and then you can just go and enjoy the free skating after.
I gotta tell you, this is like a TikTok sensation. I feel like skating has like made a full return. Like people are, I take my daughter on a walk and I see people skating and I'm just like, I'm kind of jealous.
It's cool again. I love it. People do the tricks and I'm like, I want to be as cool as these people.
I know. Well, we will just have to try. Okay, so the next thing, it's a little spooky and Arcade Monsters. Talk to me about that.
Yes, so Arcade Monsters actually has 3 locations around Orlando. So maybe if you're not in the International Drive area, they also have Oviedo and Lake Mary, but we recommend the International Drive area because they have a flat admission fee of $25 per person. And this includes all games and readmission. So if you want to leave the arcade and come back the same day and continue to play games, maybe grab lunch or you need to meet up with someone and come back, you can still go back in and play games. They also have an upstairs speakeasy bar. They have themed cocktails and a scratch kitchen. So maybe you don't want to leave and you're really hungry and you want to pause the games and grab dinner. It's a great place to grab dinner too. It's all there in one spot.
Oof. All there in one spot. Okay, ladies, you threw out a lot of options for our viewers. Let's hear what your top picks are. Where are you guys spending your time?
Ooh, Sarah, you go first. I have to think about this.
Oh, okay. I love adventure. I like food, but I'm more of an activities girl. If I'm going on a date, I want a really fun activity. So I would definitely do the nighttime airboat tour because the daytime one was so fun. Like that's going to be on my Florida bucket list.
Okay, you're brave. You're brave. And we'll be back. I'll be at the wing thing probably. I'm going to be so honest with you. That's more up my alley. What about you?
I'm an action girl. I'm an action girl. Catch me with the Gators. Catch me, actually, Christmas bar crawl. Catch me at the Christmas bar crawl. We are 22 Fridays until Christmas, guys. Countdown begins.
Oh my goodness, I love that. Okay, well, I might have to go to the bar crawl as well. But I will tell you, I'm not going to the Gators, girlies. You're going to have to go to that one without me. Next time, hit me up again. All righty, ladies.
We'll convince you eventually.
Yes, you just got a little bit more time is all I need. Just some time and confidence around those Gators.
I mean, we could layer it. We could do roller skating into Gators and just conquer both your fears at once.
Why choose roller skating by the Gators? Let's try that out. Ladies, it is always so wonderful to speak with you guys. Thank you for spending a portion of your Friday with us. We really very much appreciate it. I hope you have a great weekend.
Thanks, you guys too.
All righty. So we are going to go ahead now and take just a quick break. I hope you got some inspiration of what you're going to do on your weekend, but still a lot more news and things to cover ahead on Fox 35 Plus. So, hey, stick around.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Thank you so much for sticking around with us streaming. Hi there. We have Theron. He is our theme park expert. We were just talking about all the amazing and fun things we could do this weekend, but you have information, the latest details on Halloween Horror Night. Fill us in.
Yeah, so there is a lot that is coming to Halloween Horror Nights. And honestly, I've been talking with, Fox 35 for a couple years now, and I feel like every year we say they're getting even bigger, they're doing even more. And yet again, I get to say that we're going to have scare zones, we're going to have haunted houses, we're going to have shows, but they've even announced that we're going to have these roaming characters that are going to be going around, and they're bringing back some fan favorites like Jack the Clown, Art the Clown. There's going to be a lot of clowns, I'm going to be honest. So there's going to be some haunted houses that we have here. That's the Evil Dead Burn. That one was just announced this past weekend. The thing that was just announced this morning, just a few minutes ago, was the downtown Clown Town, and in that area, it's going to be in the New York section. So we're going to have guests that are going to be swarmed by clowns. Of our two icons this year, one of them is going to be a returning favorite. It is Jack the Clown, and he is helping invade the largest scare zone in the entire park. And we're going to have clowns not just for killer clowns from outer space, not just from Art the Clown, but Universal said there's going to be some new and scary creatures that are walking around as well. And what might be the most surprising news, it was a rumor, but something we were really surprised to see, is that Fortnite is on its way as well with the Fortnitemares. This is a fan favorite video game. They do something for Halloween every single year. And the fact that that is going to be in the lands, I think people are absolutely going to love this.
Oh, absolutely. I have a nephew who's going to be like, hey, I need to come to this. So you talked about the clowns. I'm not a clown girl. I try to be a spooky girl, but is there an option? I know this is brand new, but is there an option for people like me that don't want to be like super scared?
Well, one of the best parts about Halloween Horror Nights in recent years is they have been going from only scary in certain areas to they kind of have what we call like a vibe, a Halloween Horror Night vibe. You walk into the fog and you get to enjoy it. That's why there's going to be certain areas. There's one like Club Horror, and it's really not a scary area. It's a spot where they're going to play club music, they sell some drinks, you can go and dance with some of the scare actors, and people love that. I will say, if you don't love clowns, this might be a bit of an intense year because Jack the Clown is one of the icons, and anytime he's there, they fill the area with clowns. So you might be able to find some areas that you can go through and get around, but we'll have to see. One of the things they've done in the past are kind of these like scare necklaces. It's something you can wear that blinks and lights up and make sure that the scare actors in certain scare zones don't get you. They haven't confirmed it yet for this year, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come back, as it's been something that was pretty popular with guests in the past. So you might be able to get that, but those do not work inside the haunted houses. So if you go to a haunted house and there's a clown, they're probably going to go right for you.
I'm signing myself up to get scared, aren't I? You said you could wear a necklace that says, hey, I don't like to be scared. Listen, I totally, I would. I really would. But, okay, so these new additions, they've got people, I mean, we've been checking our social medias. People are very excited about this. Dive in a little bit deeper about what they can expect this year that is completely different from last year.
Well, the one thing I'll jump back to then is going to be Fortnite, as that is something that was rumored. It's something that we didn't know if was going to happen, and I'm still honestly a little confused how it'll work exactly in the park. If you ever played Fortnite, it is going to be a first-person shooter game, and so obviously we're not going to have all of those aspects in the gamification inside of the area, but we've been seeing a lot of fans that have been set up inside of the Central Park area. Fortnite is known for what's called the Storm. It's what kind of pushes all of the players in the game closer and closer and closer until the end of each match, and so because of that, I have a feeling that they're going to try and recreate this storm. It's like a big purple evil looking cloud, and so if they can have enough fog and enough fans, they might be able to emulate that. Another iconic part of that is going to be the battle boss, and they said that that prop will be there, and it's very cool to see that Fortnite, the creators of that Epic Games, are working with Halloween Horror Nights to bring in some of the characters from their game, but they're also working with Universal to design all new characters, and I'm hoping that that means that those characters are also going to show up inside of the video game when Halloween Horror Nights debuts. So that's a scare zone with all new characters and all new stuff, and I think that's going to be really cool, and think something that fans, not just of Halloween Horror Nights, but of video games, are going to love seeing, because we're getting a lot more video games now inside of our park, like with Super Nintendo World and Epic Universe.
Yeah. It'll be so nice to know when you're playing Fortnite that there's a little nugget of Florida in there, right? Potentially.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, I have a feeling a lot of those characters are they're going to have to go and buy their character. I mean, how cool is it that you can, portray a character here inside of our Florida parks and then go on a video game and still play your character?
Well, they need to make one for you. That would be pretty cool if they could just throw that in there.
I'd be all for it.
Now, would that mean that you would represent yourself in Halloween Horror Night, or do you?
I don't know. I'll try it any way they'd let me. They did let me a couple of years ago be a guest character for a couple of hours in one of their scare zones. We got to do the makeup. I had it look like my eye was tore out. I was covered in their fake blood, and so they do a ton of work for their makeup and team to be able to transform me into a character. So if I ever have that opportunity again, I would definitely go and do that. One other thing I should mention when you were talking about things that are different this year is that Halloween Horror Nights is known to be in kind of the evening. People know they get there at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock and it goes all the way until 2 a.m. This year, you will be able to go inside of some of those haunted houses starting at 2 in the morning. So you could potentially go there at 2 p.m. You could get there at 2 p.m. and go all the way until 2 a.m. And so a full 12 hours of going inside of haunted houses, getting some of the themed foods, seeing the shows. That is a lot of walking, that is a lot of scares, but I think that is something that fans are all for because the lines keep getting longer every year as this event gets more and more popular.
Yeah, we were just having that discussion of ticket prices and fast passing and stuff like that. Is there anything changing about that this year?
Yeah, so for this year, one of the big changes when it comes to their express pass to let you skip the lines is that you can no longer add that on to a season pass. If you still want to buy it for a single night, you can do that and you can go and skip some of the lines, not only for the rides, but for the haunted houses as well. But they used to have a version called the Frequent Fear Plus with Express, and you used to be able to get that and go every single night and be able to skip through the houses. That is not going to be an option this year. Universal says they are working on basically trying to work with the lines. This is the world's most popular event when it comes to Halloween, and it is very obvious when you're inside of the park. It's almost funny to go there during the day and see a lot of people, and then you go at night and it's like there's mobs everywhere. People love this event, and so I think they're just trying to rework exactly how do they get people into the lines and make sure they have a good night. And with how they've been adding on to these scare zones, they've talked about even more characters just roaming throughout the land. I think they're really trying to make sure that people have a great time no matter where they are. So that has changed if you're a person that's going there for the entire season. But if you're just going there for the night, the tickets and the express, even the RIP tours where you get like a really custom experience, all of that is going to remain the same with, of course, as all of our theme parks do, a slight price increase.
A little bit. Just a tiny little bit. So we were talking with Johnny, our producer here. He was a little split on the new tickets and the fast pass and all that kind of stuff. Are you hearing that yourself?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely fans online that they have bought the exact same ticket with Express every single year, and they were upset that they could not get it. But at the same time, I have other friends that they used to buy the Express, and because they kept raising the price, trying to kind of find when people would stop buying it, they never found that. Last year when they were selling it, you were looking at $1,000, and it still sold out within seconds. And so I think that's where Universal said, okay, there's not a price point that we don't get to that almost doesn't seem like price gouging to an extreme level. And so maybe it's better this year that we can try without Express for that pass, see how the lines work, and just kind of move stuff around. Even compared to a couple of years ago, Universal works a lot when it comes to taking care of the queue for people that are in the standby and Express. They had haunted houses that were all the way in the back of the park in their backstage area, and it used to just be outside. But if it rains or you were standing in the sun or even just the Florida heat, so they went the next year and built a gigantic tent, and that's all it was for. This tent was to take care of the guests just for 2 months out of the year for Horror Nights. They installed more fans, added more bathroom options, and so I think that's what they're doing, is they go, we know people love this event, and even though you might be here at 2 in the morning, it can be a lot of people, a lot of heat, and so they're working on trying to figure out how to make sure everyone has a fantastic experience. And so that's just, when you have 40,000 people walking around, it's a lot to work on.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a lot of people to please. Okay.
It is.
I've never gone. I've never gone. There's people all around that have never gone. What are your tips, your tricks to having the best time?
So probably the best tip I can give you is the one where I said they now are going to be starting at 2 p.m. That is your Scream Early or your Stay and Scream ticket. If you are a Universal Orlando annual pass holder, this is going to be included with your annual pass. To stay in the park, you do have to buy a Halloween Horror Nights ticket, but you get to have this with it. Or if you're someone that's just buying a day ticket, you can also go in from your day and then immediately be able to go into Halloween Horror Nights. What this is going to allow you to do is to go into some of those haunted houses early when there's going to be less lines. You're going to be able to get some of those knocked out before people who just have a Halloween Horror Night ticket get to go in themselves. And I've noticed it feels just a lot more calm because you're out there and you can go and get a drink and have a little snack item. You're in this section. You can kind of just start your day a little bit slower if you don't want to be someone that stays there until 2 in the morning. So that's definitely one to do. Another is really just kind of pay attention to the lines. A lot of people go in and they go to the very first house that they see. And so if you go on the Universal Orlando app and you see that there's a 1 hour and a 2 hour wait in front of you, if you're willing to make that walk at the beginning of your day and go all the way to the back and start from the back back and go to the front, you're definitely going to have less weights. That is definitely one of the best ways to do it. Right there, you were just showing kind of on screen one of that shows. Whether you're going to do the Lagoon show or the dancing show, Nightmare Fuel, going to the very first or the very last showing is also a great way to be able to go and do that. And there's just so many different ways to explore and go and enjoy. So you don't have to just worry about haunted houses. I mean, they've got themed food, they've got entertainment. We've got here this video from a couple years ago. I went with Stephanie Buffamonte and I got to show her inside of the Wizarding World where you can kind of hang out with those characters. And it's just, there's a ton of fun areas.
A ton of fun areas. And you're talking about the changes with the parking, or I mean, with the amount of people, and just kind of the differences this year that could generate a big crowd. My next question, as a person who's never been, is parking as much of a horror and scary as the inside?
It can be. If you're someone that decides to show up at 9 o'clock, it's funny, if you get there for the opening at 6 o'clock, it's usually not too bad because you're not having to deal with all the people that are leaving the park. But if you're going to get there at 9, you have the family that's been there for a normal theme park day, and then they went and had food either at the park or they had it at City Walk, and then they decide to leave at the same time that you're getting there. You can definitely experience some traffic. Overall, though, I don't think it's that bad unless you're going to be going there on a Saturday evening or you're getting there like the very first weekend. It's going to be like how it is when you pull up to any of our theme parks. They're going to be busy right at the beginning, and then it'll start trickling and get a little bit better. And the same thing, if you have a universal annual pass, your parking is still going to be included. Just because this event is at night and just because the event isn't included with your ticket does not mean that your parking is not. You can still enjoy City Walk, and they even are going to have some special stuff happening in City Walk, including their Red Coconut Club. That is going to be one of the things you can experience. So if you don't go and buy necessarily a ticket to Halloween Horror Nights, you can still have some extra Halloween there inside of City Walk and enjoy some drinks and some theming there.
Oh, so much new and exciting things there, and thank you so much for being with us today. We are gonna switch gears here. We're going to take a quick little break. You got all you need for what you could be doing this weekend, and we'll have much more news coming along. So make sure you stick along with us. Still a lot ahead.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Okay.
5, 4.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Thank you for joining me back here on Fox 35 News Plus. Today, we're going to go ahead and take it soon, where House Democrats are talking about an ICE shooting that took place in Houston. Democrats are heavily focused on immigration and custom enforcement today, primarily directing, as I stated, their attention towards ongoing concerns about the agency's use of force and lack of accountability in their words. So right now, I'm not quite sure who is at the podium, but let's go ahead and take a listen in.
This hearing is about accountability. It's about transparency and ensuring that the responsibility that we have to uphold the Constitution is carried out, and that federal government exercises its authority under that Constitution. It is my honor to represent the 29th Congressional District in Washington. The communities I represent have contributed to the strength and success of not only our city, but in fact, our country. There are communities built on family, faith, hard work, and there are communities that believe in opportunity, where neighbors look one after each other, who believe that every American deserves a free, safe space to pursue the American dream. For months, I've heard from people in my community who are scared. Parents are afraid to drive their children to school. Workers are afraid to go to work. Seniors are afraid to go to church, buy groceries, and go to even doctor's appointments. On July 7th, our community's worst fears became a tragic reality when a federal enforcement operation ended with the death of Lorenzo Salgado Arrojo. Since that day, families across Houston have been asking the same questions. How did this happen? Could it have been prevented? And who will be held accountable? Houston is one of the most diverse cities in America. It is a city built by immigrants from every corner of the world. They have opened businesses, served in our military, cared for our children, and helped make Houston the extraordinary city it is today. Our immigrant communities are not strangers. They're our neighbors. They are members of our churches. They coach our children's soccer teams. They sit beside us in classrooms and workplaces. They're part of the fabric of the city. That is why what happens during immigration enforcement operation matters, not only to those directly involved, but to the entire community of our city. It matters whether constitutional rights are respected. It matters whether families are treated with dignity and respect. And it matters when the public has confidence that these extraordinary powers are being exercised fairly, professionally, and lawfully. Congress has a constitutional duty to conduct oversight. Oversight is not about politics. It's about accountability. It's about making sure that agencies entrusted with enormous authority are using that authority wisely and responsibly. Some of the questions we want to answer to today will not get answers because it's already been stated, no representative ICE or Department of Homeland Security agreed to participate. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to introduce copies of letters that we have sent to ICE, Homeland Security. One from the Homeland Security Committee, one for the Democratic Caucus with 180 signatures. That's probably a record. And one letter asking for parole for Victor, and one letter requesting all evidentiary materials to be given to the local partners so that we know what is going on. All of them, to a one, has received no answers. And I have been told by the Director of Homeland Security that they don't intend to give us any answers until their investigation is complete. So that's why hearings like these matter, so that we can get some answers. And I also want to introduce a second letter from the Relaciones Exteriores de Mexico, where in their letter to me, they say that the government of Mexico wishes to convey its concern regarding recent incidents involving the use of force and the conditions faced by Mexican nationals in the context of immigration enforcement detention. So it's not just here in Houston, it's across the country and globally that people are concerned about the actions of ICE. So I want to assure everyone in Houston and Magnolia and the East End that this does not end today. My colleagues and I will continue to investigate this administration's actions, demand accountability, and insist that every federal agency follows the Constitution and all the laws of the United States of America. There will be no more hearings. There will be more hearings, more testimony, and we will fight tooth and nail to ensure the murder committed by federal agents never, ever happens again. I'm proud of Mr. Salgado's sons. In the midst of an unimaginable grief, they have shown extraordinary courage. They have become powerful advocates, not only for their father, but for every family that wants answers and accountability. We are stronger than fear. We are stronger than intimidation. We will keep fighting until justice is done.
Thank you. Thank you. The presentation of those documents are duly noted. Again, the Hispanic Caucus will not let go of this. We want a full independent investigation. We want DHS to cooperate with the Harris County District Attorney and the Texas Rangers instead of stonewalling them. We want every piece of evidence preserved, released to the public, and we want the 3 witnesses still in federal custody, protected and not deported, where they cannot testify. With that, we welcome and we extend our condolences to a young man who's shown up here today under very adverse conditions. Both of you have shown up to provide your testimony. So please, we welcome, of course, Ronaldo Salgado Araujo.
Good morning. My name is Ronaldo Salgado. And I am Lorenzo Salgado Jr. We are 2 of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's sons. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you to the others who are here testifying, and thank you to the community members who have joined us in grieving. Whether you knew our father or saw yourself and your loved ones in him, your support has carried us through the hardest 2 weeks of our lives. Our father was a humble, hardworking family man. He didn't need anybody to know his name. He worked hard to protect and provide for our family, to put me and my siblings through college. He taught us that good things come to those that work hard. Our father was also a man of many routines. His last day started like so many days during his 35 years in this country, a country that he loved. He and my mom woke up before the sun. She cooked him a big meal to carry him through the day. He said goodbye to her and to our dog, said a prayer inside his van, and was out the driveway before 6 a.m. to pick up his construction crew. Men he'd worked alongside for years, family men who took great pride in their craft to provide for their own families. One of these men was our dear uncle, Victor Hugo. At about 7 a.m., our mom called to tell us our dad was in trouble. We suspected it involved ICE. As a family, we talked more than once about what would happen if our dad encountered ICE officers. We dreaded the call, but we were prepared. We believed there would be a process and that no matter what happened, there would be a way for our dad to come home. I drove an hour to his work site, but no luck. But then I learned on Facebook about ICE activity near Canal and Wayside. I never imagined it was him. When I got to the intersection of Canal and Wayside, I found his van, but I didn't find him. I stayed for hours asking anyone, law enforcement, neighbors. I even asked a homeowner if I could climb on her roof to see if I can see something. I learned again from a Facebook post that our dad had been shot. Not because I could see him, but because I could hear his voice on videos posted online crying for help. Hours after the video was posted, I finally had learned that my dad had been taken to Bentop Hospital, but with no signs of his condition. I waited there for hours until Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia stepped in and demanded answers. Finally, it was confirmed. My dad, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, age 52, had died from his injuries. Over the past 2 weeks, we've had to grieve our father too soon and without straight answers. DHS first said ICE targeted our father, then admitted he was never their intended target at all. DHS also said he weaponized his vehicle, a claim the 3 men who were in the van with him have directly disputed, and one that the surveillance footage made public so far does not appear to show. None of the agents involved were wearing body cameras, so we'll never have that perspective. Now they're saying there may have been drugs in the vehicle, which anyone who knew our father would tell you is absurd. He did not use drugs. He abhorred them. And I know my father would have stopped his vehicle immediately if ICE agents had clearly identified themselves, rather than aggressively approach him in 2 unmarked vehicles without emergency lights on. That must have been terrifying, not knowing who was after him. We had talked about what would happen if he were to be stopped by ICE and how he would conduct himself. And he believed there would always be a way for him to come back home to us. We are not the only family living this Kafkaesque nightmare. Shortly after our father was killed, a 3-year-old girl in Biddeford, Maine, watched federal agents shoot and kill her father, Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero. He too was later confirmed not to be their target. Queremos que su familia sepa, compartimos su dolor. Nadie debería enterrar un padre o un ser querido de esta manera. Our father deserves justice. Today, we are asking that you use your authority as members of Congress to help ensure that he gets it. I want to first highlight one of the members of Congress here today, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. When I was at Bentop Hospital pacing through the hallways waiting for an answer, the Congresswoman stepped up and marched into the lobby in her powerful pink suit jacket and demanded to speak with the higher-ups to finally get the confirmation that my dad had died. I do not want any of you elected officials to have to go through what the Congresswoman did that day. How many more of our dads have to die? How many more children have to wait hopelessly for answers? How many more wives will have to suffer the loss of their life partner? I urge all of you, esteemed members of Congress, and your colleagues to take action. And this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of right and wrong. And we believe that there are many wrongs in what happened on July 7th, the day our dad died. All elected members of government have a duty to ensure the safety and well-being of their constituents. Every single member of Congress have immigrants living in your states, in your districts, in your neighborhoods. What is being done to make sure that they can live without fear? To make sure that they won't be next? It is our hope that we're not asking for too much. All we're asking is the following. First, there must be a thorough, truly independent investigation, not one where the agency under investigation also controls the evidence and is able to unilaterally clear its own personnel of any wrongdoing. Congress should insist that federal, state, and local investigations all move forward with full federal cooperation and should demand answers on a public timeline. Second, every piece of evidence must be preserved and shared. including recorded radio traffic, agency communications, and any video or audio footage that exists, even though no agent wore a body camera that morning. We have sent our own letters demanding the preservation of evidence, and we ask that you do the same.
Third, the 3 members of our dad's work crew who were in that van, Daniel Tirado Pantoja, José Trinidad Rojas Pliego, and our uncle Victor Hugo Salgado, are essential witnesses to what happened to our father. They must be able to tell their stories in full without fear of being deported. They should be released from detention immediately so they can be with their families, speak with investigators, and grieve with us. Removal of these individuals and a failure to assure them of their safety would amount to nothing less than a cover-up.
Finally, while we are grateful that you convened this hearing today, please don't let it be the only thing that you do for our father. Use all the tools that you have to request records, demand follow-up, hold other hearings, and enact laws, not only to help us learn the truth about what happened to our father, but to make sure this never happens again.
On behalf of our family, thank you for hearing us today and for the chance to make sure our father's name is remembered for who he was, not as a headline, but as a husband.
Emotional testimony there at House Democrat meeting to examine deadly ICE shooting in Houston. You just heard from the man who died's sons as they share who their father was to them and what they'd like to see the country change about how ICE enforcement is rolled out. We still have plenty of news still to cover here on Fox 35 News Plus. Stick along with us. We're going to go on a quick break. I'll see you back here on the other side.
For meeting this moment with the integrity.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Alrighty, thank you so much for joining us back here. Okay, we've seen this all over the news. It's a parasite that wrecks ya, just wrecks ya. Well, The bad thing is they found a second case right here in Florida. It's another outbreak here. So we're going to go ahead and speak with the doctor about things we need to look out for this horrible, horrible parasite.
Presently, I mean, the FDA are still investigating. It seems that there's another outbreak. The source has not been identified to this point. We're just recovering from the last cyclospora outbreak where they identified lettuce from Taylor Farms as being one of the sources. But at this point, I think the FDA and CDC are still investigating, and we're still waiting to hear from what really comes out of that. But it's most likely associated with some contaminated fresh produce, or people consuming contaminated water or fresh produce.
So when I saw this, I was confused about how you even tell the difference between this outbreak and other outbreaks. So how does the FDA determine one outbreak from the other?
Well, I mean, when you hear something like this, it does, cause a bit of an alarm, or people are worried, what is going on. But, these outbreaks do happen. This is not the first cyclospora outbreak that we've had. And even at the same time, just right now, there's other outbreaks caused by a variety of other pathogens. So it's not something totally unique. But again, it's something we've got to be careful about. It's important to know what's happening. And, sometimes when they're doing these investigations, let's say, a lot of the former investigations were associated with patients or individuals who had consumed lettuce. And all of a sudden, they're starting to find a trend where people have consumed some other fresh produce or some other product. And that's when they decide that, okay, maybe this is some other outbreak, and it's the signs and symptoms or the connections are leading to something totally different. So that's when they decide that there is some other outbreak, or maybe the presentation of the symptoms don't really align with the previous outbreak, and that's when they decide that no, let's wait. There's more to this and this story.
Gotcha. You mentioned several other outbreaks of other parasites, and I've heard it's not uncommon this time of year to have cyclospora outbreaks. Is one or more, more than one cyclospora outbreak normal during this time of year, or is it typically just one?
I mean, it is possible, with the way foodborne outbreaks happen. Some are really isolated. It's a few incidents. The previous one was a bit of a special one where we had just under 1,700 cases and approximately just under 90 hospitalizations. So that was a bit of a different one. Usually they're more isolated. Having other outbreaks is possible because, the way we consume foods and the way pathogens can spread, they're so smart. And sometimes, we try to wash our hands and do everything, but once in a while, there's a bit of a lapse, or, we're out there somewhere, or sometimes we don't have access to the ability to wash, or, we're a little careless at times. So these things can happen. And with other pathogens, it's not just cyclospora that can cause these outbreaks. There's other bacteria, other viruses. There's a lot of other pathogens out there that are still out there. It's not like they've gone away when we had the cyclospora outbreak. So, it's not like the world's really scary out there, but if we follow, our guidelines, do our, normal things, wash our hands, wash our produce, cook our food properly, I think we're in safe hands.
You mentioned there's other outbreaks like this. Is there any other, parasites or microbes that our viewers should be looking out for, maybe on different produce, different symptoms, and what cyclosporiasis is?
I mean, if you look at the FDA right now, there's, some salmonella outbreaks out there. We do hear about them. There's some listeria outbreaks out there. So the outbreaks do happen. I know we have, a very good system here in the States where the FDA and the CDC are on top of everything. We have very good guidelines, but once in a while there can be a lapse. So I think it's just, being careful, having good surveillance. And I think we have all the systems in place. It's just, it's impossible to prevent every single outbreak. But if we take, these precautions and we're careful, we're aware, we're educated, I think we can lower the chances or lower the number of cases that we get.
And would you say one of those lapses is what has caused, this year to be so much different than the others, or would you just say it's a fluke, or what makes this year different?
I mean, outbreaks happen, diseases happen, things happen. I wouldn't say something, I can't think of something, and the FDA and CDC haven't mentioned anything that was different this year. Some outbreaks do happen in the summer because people are out and about, they're camping, they're in their RVs, they're in the mountains, and once in a while, if you're having lunch or dinner or something, you may not have access to sufficient water to wash your hands, or you're out there, you're barbecuing. Sometimes you may not cook the burgers really well, or which can expose you. But if we do the regular things, washing our hands, cooking our foods properly, I think we can save ourselves from a lot of infections.
Got it. Definitely stuff to keep in mind. Do we have any estimate, or do you have any idea that you could maybe throw out there that we will have more answer, or could have more answers, I should say, about this new outbreak?
So I think the most important thing to remember is, a cyclospora infection is different from other foodborne infections or foodborne illnesses. And a lot of the times we get confused. Like every time if someone's feeling gastrointestinal symptoms or nausea or diarrhea, it's not going to be cyclospora, because with cyclospora, the real big difference is that the symptoms or the onset of symptoms is delayed. It gets delayed onset, so maybe 1 or 2 weeks after you've actually consumed that contaminated produce or consumed some contaminated drinking water. And that really makes an outbreak like this really challenging to investigate, because a lot of us forget what we've eaten, or had to drink 1 or 2 weeks ago. So I think the cyclospora outbreak is a little different. If you've eaten something and you're feeling some symptoms, if you're feeling nauseated or something within 6 to 12 hours or 24 hours, it's most likely it's not cyclospora. It's probably something different.
Gotcha. Just as a refresher for our viewers, as a kind of wrap up, where typically do we find cyclosporiasis? What are the symptoms? And if our viewers suspect they have a case of it, what should they do for treatment? And is there anywhere that they can report this to?
And that's a really great question, and a great, thinking process or thought process. Something to think about, because, with cyclospora infections, yes, we said that, this onset is delayed, but not everyone is going to get these symptoms. Some people may only have nausea. Some people may only have abdominal cramps. Some people may have diarrhea. So there's a variety, and some people may be asymptomatic, so get no symptoms at all. So there's that spectrum. And of course, if you have other underlying conditions, if you're immunocompromised, you definitely have to be careful. And the most important thing, if you're feeling these symptoms, if you think you have cyclospora, you want to stay hydrated. I can't overemphasize that. It's so important to stay hydrated. That's the way your body can, fight these infections. A lot of the times we're able to take care of it and we recover. And then, of course, if the conditions persist or the symptoms persist, then you definitely want to visit a healthcare or your physician and get access to healthcare and ensure that, you won't have any cyclospora or any other infection or any other symptoms, so that you're taken care of and you can, deal with those symptoms without having to suffer for extended periods.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Dr. Tassine Dessen, Associate Professor of Microbiology at UCF. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
All righty, a lot of good tips on how to keep yourself safe if you find yourself getting the parasite, what you can do, and what medications can help you out. All right, on a much lighter note, we are going to go ahead and head to a quick break here. We still got a little bit of time on Fox 35 Plus. We'll have a lot more exciting things in store, so stick around.
their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Thank you guys so much for tuning back in with us here at Fox 35 Plus. We're going to go ahead and take you right back to the live stream that we were just previously on, House Democrats examining deadly ICE shooting in Houston. We heard testimony from the man who died's family, and that is still going on. So let's listen in and see who else may be speaking at this time.
A broader recognition that government operations must be carried out in a manner that is transparent, professional, and consistent with the values of a nation built on the rule of law. As a local leader, I will continue to use my voice to support the community and the family, provide resources, and advocate for accountability. But solutions required to address these challenges cannot be achieved solely at the city level. The work must happen here in Congress. It must happen in our state capitals, and it is time for elected leaders at every level of government to confront the realities that our immigration system is broken. We cannot fix a broken federal immigration system from City Hall. That responsibility belongs to Congress. This is not a Republican problem or a Democrat problem. It's an American problem that Congress, under administrations majorities from both parties, has failed to solve for decades. Congress must act, must conduct meaningful oversight of this incident, demand transparency and accountability, examine enforcement practices, and finally deliver comprehensive immigration reform that protects public safety, respects the rule of law, safeguards our constitutional rights, and reflects the dignity of every person. No family should lose a loved one because of preventable failures. No community should be left without answers, and no city should be continue carrying the consequences of Washington's inability to act. The Salgado family deserves justice, the people of Houston deserve accountability, and the American people deserve an immigration system that is effective, transparent, humane, and worthy of the public's trust. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony. I now recognize Mr. Juan Perono. Excuse me if I don't quite get it right. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the League of United Latin American Citizens, commonly called LULAC, the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. As CEO of LULAC, he leads the organization's national advocacy efforts on civil rights, education, economic opportunity, and immigration. And we are happy to have his voice before this committee, obviously for such a time as this.
Chairman Espaillat, Ranking Member Thompson, Representative Garcia, and distinguished members of the committee and of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, thank you for bringing Congress to Houston, to the community where Lorenzo Salgado Araujo lived, worked, and died. My name is Juan Perono, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the League of United Latin American Citizens, the oldest and largest Latino civil rights organization in America, founded in 1929, right here in Texas. We're gathered here today to examine the fatal shooting of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo and the all too common deaths caused by federal immigration enforcement officials. Before I begin, I want to take this opportunity to recognize Lorenzo's family. They have gone through heartbreak that no family should be forced to bear. Their courage and bravery in the wake of this tragedy has been inspiring, and though surely difficult, it has been vitally important. In that spirit, I commend Ronaldo and Lorenzo Jr.'s appearance before the committee today. And on behalf of LULAC, I want to express my deepest condolences and also tell them and everyone on this committee and in this country, Lorenzo's name and life will not be forgotten. He is and will remain an inspiration. Sadly, this killing is part of a broader trend. Federal immigration agents have repeatedly shot and killed United States citizens during civilian encounters, and dozens more. Citizens and immigrants alike have died in federal immigration custody. This calamity cannot continue, and with it, and it is with Congress's power to stop it from happening. Members of this committee, it could have been me. It could have been my father, my brother, my uncle. It could have been anyone gathered here today. In the 18 months since the second administration began, at least 8 people have been killed and dozens more shots in encounters with federal immigration agents. That includes Ruben Ray Martinez, a 23-year-old U.S. citizen from San Antonio who had just turned 23 and was planning to enroll in trade school to become a mechanic. Keith Porter Jr. was 43, a father of 2 daughters, and by all accounts, a family and neighbors, an outgoing, caring man. And of course, in January 2026, there was a shocking killings of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. And the killings continue. 6 days after Lorenzo, on July 13th, 2026, an ICE officer shot and killed a 26-year-old Colombian man authorized to work in the United States, Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero, in Biddeford, Maine. Again, during a vehicle stop, with his 3-year-old daughter in that car. Again, described by DHS as a case of a driver weaponizing his car, and again involving agents who were not wearing body cameras. Taken together, these are not isolated tragedies attributed to a single rogue officer or a single bad night. Public reporting has documented at least 30 separate incidents since mid-2025 in which federal immigration agents fired at people, killing at least 8 and injuring at least 14, and at least 46 additional incidents in which agents held bystanders, protesters, and others at gunpoint under questionable circumstances. And these figures are likely undercounted, given the number of instances we have heard about. And the danger does not...
You're taking a listen there to House Democrats examining deadly ICE shooting that took place in Houston. Earlier, again, we heard emotional testimony, and now we're hearing from representatives themselves. But we...
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
All right, everyone. Happy Friday. Welcome in here to an afternoon edition of Fox 13 Plus. We are streaming for both an Orlando and a Tampa audience this afternoon, so wherever you're watching from, thanks for being here. We are actually starting off with a live look we have over the city of Orlando, actually facing Orlando International Airport. We even have this different vantage point from Port Canaveral, really zooming in there on that Royal Caribbean cruise ship. Looks like a good time. If you're going on a cruise, have so much fun. And if you are making any sort of weekend plans in Tampa or Orlando, be ready for some serious heat with a few storms possibly interrupting those outdoor plans. Maybe towards the afternoon, we can actually give you, no, that's Los Angeles, but we are going to go back to that shot of Orlando. And then that cruise over in Orlando Saturday is about to probably reach 96-ish temperatures, but an afternoon thunderstorm could provide a little relief. Sunday looks cloudier, slightly cooler with another round of afternoon storms and highs around 90. And then in Tampa, Saturday, we can tell you will be partly sunny, very hot, probably around the 95, 96-ish temperatures. And that could actually tie a record. Sunday brings more clouds, chance of an afternoon thunderstorm with highs of near 94. Okay, what we're going to do really quickly here as we welcome you on to the afternoon, we actually do have one live event that we want to bring you out to really quickly here. So this has been a big case that we have been following in the Tampa Bay area. We are taking you live now to a Pinellas County courtroom where Jeffrey Knight is appearing for a pretrial hearing in the deadly Clearwater ferry crash case. Investigators say Knight was operating the private boat that crashed into the back of a ferry near the Memorial Causeway in April of 2025. I actually do have some video of the night that it actually happened, and this was one of the actually cameras from Clearwater that caught the incident as it happened. You can kind of see it there. It'll zoom in. He did previously own Janice Live, if you're familiar with the venue in St. Pete, before he ultimately stepped down. But this is a look at the scene from when that happened. Again, April of 2025. And now we take you back here into court. The ferry was carrying 45 people. Passenger Jose Castro, a father of two, was killed. Several others were injured. So Knight is now facing 24 criminal counts, including 8 counts of leaving the scene of a boating accident involving injury and 16 counts involving alleged navigation rule violations. He has pleaded not guilty. Knight and the company that owns his boat have also faced multiple civil lawsuits from injured ferry passengers, and those lawsuits accuse him of negligence, and they seek damages for their injuries. So we see them getting started here. We're going to listen in just a little bit. Let me make sure the volume of the audio is down for you. So we'll revisit this in just a second, but really quickly here, I do want to get to another story that we're keeping a close eye on in Tampa. And if you're a Rays fan, you may have seen these new renderings on social media. They show proposed developments around a potential new stadium in Tampa for the Rays, but it also comes with some new uncertainty surrounding the team's discussions with the city of Tampa. We know the city council made a pretty controversial decision considered historic by the council's chair, and it could jeopardize the city's involvement in the deal overall. So Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer has been working this story for us this afternoon. I know it's a lot to unpack. Aaron, how you doing? How's it going?
It's great. It's not a week unless we're talking about some confusion with the Rays, and you know, and I think a lot of the key word here is potential, because we're saying that a lot. It's a potential deal. It's a potentially jeopardizing the. There's still so much up in the air surrounding this deal and the negotiations. Remember, it involves 3 entities here: the Rays, City Council, Hillsborough County Commission. Everyone is trying to get involved. And what happened this week, and we'll talk about that in a second, but it doesn't necessarily end the city's involvement in the discussions. And we don't really know what all of them are thinking. So let's keep that in mind. Only maybe Council Chair Alan Clendenin and Council Member Lynn Hurtak have really made it obvious what they're thinking. Lynn Hurtak is a no. Council Chair Clendenin is kind of on board with Mayor Jane Castor and said, let's get this going and get the city's involvement. Let's find a way to pony up $180 million, which is what the city has been, tentatively agreed to pay. but there's just still so much up in the air. So let's show those renderings again, because it all kind of comes as these renderings.
And I can kind of pause here so we can.
Were released yesterday.
Obviously, these are.
Yeah.
Is it AI that generates these, or I mean, it looks a little big.
I mean, it's not real, so
Yeah,
it's probably
obviously.
generated by a computer and AI potentially. And what they're wanting to show here, what the team wants to show, is what the surrounding area around the stadium, if it were to be built at the Hillsborough College campus in Northdale Mabry in Tampa, what it would potentially look like. And I mean, we're talking about retail shops, dining, hotel, residential space, some office space. This is a broader mixed-use development than what it's currently zoned for. And that is kind of at the center of what was supposed to maybe happen in Clendenin's mind yesterday, which was... it didn't happen. In a 4-3 vote, City Council blocked a request to send a land use amendment proposal to Tallahassee. This would have asked state lawmakers just to basically comment on it, take a look at it, send back some suggestions or not at all. So go ahead, go forward with this plan because this is state-owned land. But it got stopped in its tracks. City Council voted 4-3 to not send this proposal to them, to the state for any kind of comment. And Clendenin was floored at the end of it. It was just silence in the meeting as people kind of just digested what happened. And he said in his 3 years on council and his years following it before then, he can never remember a no vote on something like this, which he says should have just been procedural. And that the time to discuss the meat of this plan, what's good, what's bad, make changes to it, should have come in September, when theoretically the state would have then sent it back. They would have said, okay, go for it. And then Clendenin said, that's the time to have this discussion. The question is, does City Council, it's 4-3 votes, so do the 4 people who voted to not send this forward, do they just not want a deal? Do they not want to move forward with the raise in discussions? Do they just want to leave it to Hillsborough County Commission and the raise to move forward with that? Or do they want to be more involved? And this is just a way to try to force the Rays to involve them a little bit more. Because at this point, the Rays have been talking a lot with Mayor Castor and administration. And council has been pretty forward in saying, we want to be at the table a little bit more. So the answer to those questions is, who knows?
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know the answer to most of those questions at this point.
And you mentioned Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. She was actually pretty vocal on social media about being relatively shocked and overall frustrated with what happened yesterday.
She posted this on Facebook and said that the decision defies common sense. She says it's beyond frustrating that as city and county leaders are working tirelessly to hammer out an equitable deal to bring the Rays to Tampa, City Council members want to halt our efforts in their tracks. And she went on from there. Yeah, she's not happy about this. I mean, as we said, she's been working with the Rays. Council's been, commission has been working with them to try to figure out all 3 sides of this. This doesn't stop the negotiations from moving forward. It just kind of creates a hurdle that, Chair Clendenin says shouldn't have been created to begin with at this point.
Overall, we're on a time crunch because the Rays stopped playing at Tropicana Field. Is it 2028?
I think they want a new stadium by 2029. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there is a bit of a time crunch, and there are other elements that we're factoring that have nothing to do with the stadium, like the property tax proposal. So the City Council may also be thinking, wait, let's just hold off. And we don't know what they're thinking, but in their backs of their minds, they could be saying, let's see what happens with this property tax proposal, because that is a big portion of the revenue that comes in. And they may want to see if that gets passed in November before they move forward and decide what that money would be going toward, whether $180 million toward a new stadium is the best use for it.
Yeah.
I should point out also, Rays CEO Ken Babby reportedly said the project can move forward anyway without this transmittal to the state, without a land use vote, and potentially without full involvement from the city. That said, there has been a bit of a change this morning even. So this happened late yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening. This morning, Councilman Bill Carlson posted on social media that he did meet with Babby this morning.
Oh.
And that he was, it was a good conversation. He said that Ken Babby, CEO for the Rays, has said that he's going to go to each city council member individually and find out what their concerns are and see if they can address them. So
he's played a pretty active role in all of this.
And this transmittal proposal could come back to city council with some adjustments. Maybe he could address, maybe the team, and also Hillsborough College, because they are the other ones involved in this land use transmittal. They could come back and resubmit it to the council to maybe then send it up to the state. I didn't even mention the other thing that happened yesterday. I know, there's a lot.
Yeah, I give you a lot of credit. This is a lot
It's
of
a lot
moving
to digest. This is a separate decision that happened prior to that in a meeting with the CRA, and that's where this $180 million would come from. Council members voted to delay their discussion about that $180 million. This discussion was supposed to happen this week due to the memorandum of understanding. Thank you. I couldn't remember the last word. The memorandum of understanding over that $180 million. They were supposed to come back and discuss it. They voted to just delay that discussion to a later date at this point. That could also be because they want to be more involved. I talked with political editor Craig Patrick about this, and he's so good at kind of breaking all this down in such a way that we can understand it. And he's saying, you know, that could just be that they want to wait until they get a better understanding whether they're going to be more involved, whether the council will be more involved in discussing this moving forward, and then they can come back and talk about it at a later date.
All right. Well, sounds like you have a lot to unpack here.
It is so much.
We'll let you get back to work.
We'll
Thank you so much for explaining this to our viewers. I know a lot of people we're welcoming in some Orlando viewers, and there's been talk if there is no secure decision that a city like Orlando
eventually involve Orlando.
So thank you very much again for being here, guys. We're actually not going to take a commercial break. We're going to head back out to this courtroom in Pinellas County, where Jeffrey Knight, who is accused, he was operating the private boat that crashed into the back of the Clearwater Ferry near the Memorial Causeway back in April of 2025. He is in court right now. That is him in front of your face. We don't get this a lot. So we are going to listen in live, take you front row to this hearing, and we'll be in this for, as long as we can and get you as much information as we can.
The deposition's done in advance. We're going to start at 1 o'clock, and if we get it done in 2 hours, great. If we get it done in 4 hours, understandable. If we get it done in 6 hours, we'll keep going until we get it done, so nobody make evening plans for October 9th.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's one thing we knocked out. What else do you have, State?
I don't have anything further than that. Other than that, the state's position is that we're moving along for the February trial date.
Okay. And Mr. Hazlett, what do you have for me, if anything?
I think the same, but for the issue with the Coast Guard witnesses, which are essential. And I will say that at every hearing, until we get to depose them or get their reports, they are essential. We believe they are essential to Mr. Knight's defense. I'm working on a change of venue. Okay. So when I get that, the problem is there's so much coverage, and I say negative coverage to Mr. Knight. It's hard to put all that together. That's a huge number of articles, comments, but I'll have a motion together, probably post October 9th.
Okay. All right. And then I'll hear it at that time. All right. So, State, anything else before we conclude?
No, I just want to let you know that next of kin, I know I mentioned the president doesn't wish to be heard today.
That's what I was waiting to see if you were going to say that. And Mr. Knight, did you have any questions before we break?
Sure.
All right. Mr. Hazlett, anything? Any final thoughts? All right, then we're in recess on this one until October 9th at 1 o'clock.
You would call that a pre-trial motion?
Pre-trial and
Sure.
motion, yeah. We might as well do it all at the same time. All right. All right. We're in recess.
All right, everyone. So you could see Jeffrey Knight there making his way out of court as they call a recess and regroup on October 9th. Wanted to take you out to this for as long as we can, and they had kind of been going over some legalities over the past couple of minutes. It started around 1. So what we know is that the trial, at least, was pushed back to February 1st of 2027. But the case continues to be delayed in part because the parties say they have not received requested information from the U.S. Coast Guard from when this all happened last year. So attorneys told the court the agency has not responded to repeated requests, citing federal funding constraints. So we're going to continue monitoring the developments in this case. But Mr. Knight himself, obviously, we haven't been able to catch him in court too much. He hasn't made certain appearances, and it's been a long saga of following all the legal action after this ensued last year. And if you are getting caught up to speed on this, we actually can show you the night it happened. We showed this a little earlier at the top of the hour, but this was back in April of 2025. Knight operating the private boat that crashed into the back of the ferry. This was near the Memorial Causeway. If you're familiar with Janice Live in St. Petersburg, Knight did own that. He did, after this incident, step down from that position. But, you know, he is facing 24 criminal counts, 8 counts of leaving the scene of a boating accident involving injury, 16 counts involving alleged navigation rule violations. He's pleaded not guilty to all of those. And Knight and the company that owns his boat have also faced civil lawsuits from injured ferry passengers. Those lawsuits accuse him of negligence, and they want to seek damages for their injuries. And I also should mention that earlier this week, a good amount of money was approved to move that action forward, and so hopefully not necessarily. It was coming from the Pinellas County Transit Authority, not necessarily Knight. So this was a separate kind of part and piece of this puzzle that happened earlier this week. So wanted to bring you that while we had him in court. It looks like that has since wrapped up. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we are going to bring you a press conference that happened not too long ago, actually in the noon hour. Our very own Fox 13's Ariel Placencia covering a story about Waddles, a Bay Area pot-bellied pig who was found with severe burns and blistered skin last year. He actually made an appearance alongside his rescuers to show his recovery. We know that an animal cruelty case against SPCA Tampa Bay is moving forward. So we'll have that when we come back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for streaming with us in both Orlando, Tampa, and wherever you are watching on your Fox local apps, either of our websites or social media or YouTube. Thanks for being here. Happy Friday. As promised before that quick break that we took, we are going to shift gears now to a story that has been a big talker in the Tampa Bay area. This is a look at Waddles, a Bay Area pot-bellied pig who was found with severe burns, blistered skin last year while in the care of the SPCA Tampa Bay, which is located in Largo. This is some of the social media posts that you just saw there. It just sparked outrage, the condition he was in, and he actually made an appearance today alongside the people who ultimately ended up rescuing him. His supporters were also responding in a press conference to a judge's ruling allowing an animal cruelty case against the SPCA Tampa Bay to move forward. The trial actually scheduled to begin next week. So what I want to do, since this literally just happened and we actively have a reporter, Ariel Placencia, working on it, about 9 minutes of a press conference. I think it'll be good to listen to just to get the gist if you haven't been up to speed on this case. And let's hear what they have to say.
Coming today, I understand, marks almost 1 year to the day when Waddles was rescued by a group of friends and others. This story's been going around for a long time. My name is Grady Irvin. I was contacted and asked to help advocate the position of Waddles and the group of friends that support Waddles. I am doing this pro bono. That is, if the case of questions asked, that the bar encouraged us to get active in activities in the community, and this is one of those causes that I think is really, really justified. The group initially was going to have this press conference today because outstanding at the time that I was contacted was a pending motion that had been filed by the SPCA of Tampa Bay stating that they should be granted immunity from prosecution for the county ordinance violation which had been filed against them by Pinellas County. A ruling was made this week by Judge Kathleen Hessinger, which ruled against that. They said that they are not immune from prosecution, which is fantastic. Can you imagine what would happen if an organization were able to say, we can treat animals essentially any way we want to, and we can't be prosecuted? Well, that would just be outrageous. And so it was an excellent ruling by Judge Hessinger. You've had an opportunity here today to see Waddles in the condition that Waddles is in. That is a result of a lot of love, care, and attention. And I guess shade would be an important thing, as many of you are standing out here in near 100-degree weather today. Can you imagine what it was like a year ago and what Waddles went through? What that pet, what that animal went through when temperatures are like they have been here in Florida and the rest of the nation for the past month or so. Just totally outrageous. I often think about the fact that a pig is almost like a human being. A pet is almost like a human being. There's love, there's attention that is given to that particular animal or to that particular pet. And in turn, that pet has love, I believe, and certainly gives attention towards its owner. And so when something is done to someone that we love or we care about, the normal course is that someone should do something about it. And if it's wrong or if it's criminal or if it's negligent, they should be prosecuted. So these are friends and advocates of Waddles, and what they want is they wanted to see this matter prosecuted. The other thing they'd like to see is they think that the people in the community, the peers, our society, should have the opportunity to judge the accused. That means a jury trial. That means a jury trial. This is going to be resolved by way of a bench trial. I don't know, and I'm still researching it to see if this is the type of case by which a jury of peers should actually have heard the evidence that's going to be coming out next week in the trial. So the Friends of Waddles, Connie Pavlich, as well as Kelly Dill, and all of these people that are around here who came on such short notice, all would like to see justice done. So I'm going to allow Connie to speak, and I'm going to allow Kelly to speak, and we'll be winding this down shortly. Okay? So let's go ahead, Connie.
Hi. So Waddles has been with us for exactly 1 year today, so that's exciting. That's an anniversary. And he's been an absolute delight to have on the farm. And we have a lot of pigs here. He gets special treatment because he gets to stay up by the house. And he lives with two new pig friends, Miss Piggy and Thumbelina. And he has all the water, all the shade, all the food, all the fruits and veggies that he could possibly eat. So we've enjoyed having him here very much. He's a great pig.
He's some pig.
Yes, he's some pig.
He's some pig.
Uh-huh.
It was exactly 1 year ago today, probably right about this time. Well, no, I was there at this time, but they didn't open until 1 o'clock that I showed up at the SPCA to pick up Waddles. And this is an absolute full circle, and I mean a full circle moment for me. I'm so proud and so thankful to everybody that has stood with us and supported us through this. It has been an amazing journey. As a new rescue at the time, I got kind of catapulted into this. And I think it was an absolute blessing. I think it was what I was meant to do. I was chosen for Waddles, I think, that day, I think. So I am so appreciative for everybody that shows up, that stands up, that comes out, that runs the stories. We're so thankful and so appreciative, really. I know sometimes we get a little feisty, but we try not to, and we apologize. We're just very passionate. I'm very passionate about pigs. That's what I do. I am a pig rescue. That's what I do, and I love them. I love them so much, and they deserve all the love and compassion as any other household animal deserves.
Let me pick up on what Kelly said, and that is about the love and compassion. Let me pick up where Kelly left off, and that was talking about the love and compassion that people have. And I'm not a social media person. I do know the attorney on the other side, Alec Wade, who's representing SPCA. What a fine lawyer. What a fine gentleman he is. He and I've had cases together when he was at the state attorney's office. He's just doing his job, and I hope everyone understands that. Everyone's entitled to a good defense. Everyone's entitled to a lawyer. And I'm not, as I said, I'm not a social media person, but I have had an opportunity to look at some of this stuff. And if everybody could just tone it down a little bit, I think that we got to set good examples for people like for animals like Waddles. I almost called him a person. That's what these people will do to you. They'll make you think they're human beings, but they're loved and cared for. But I just wanted to say that Alec is actually advocating the case on behalf of the SPCA, and he's just doing his job. So I want to thank all of you all for coming out. I want to thank all of these people for coming out. It's just unbelievable, and I couldn't think of a greater cause to be supportive of than people who are advocating for the rights and the correct and good treatment of animals. Thank you. I don't know if you all have any questions.
Could you say and spell each of your names?
Sure.
Go ahead.
It's Connie.
All right, everyone. So that really gives you the nuts and bolts of that press conference. This happened at about noon. So we do have Fox 13's Ariel Placencia out there chatting with all these folks as well. But if you're just tuning in, we've been listening into the people who rescued Waddles, who, if you're not familiar, a potbelly pig found with severe burns, blistered skin while in the care of SPCA Tampa Bay last year. His rescuers, these two women in front of your faces wearing hysterical shirts, I might add. They were at today's news conference. They spoke celebrating the judge's decision allowing the animal cruelty case against the SPCA to move forward starting next week. Also important to include the SPCA's side here. So they have denied that Waddles was mistreated or abused in their care. They have asked the judge to dismiss the case, arguing that because it operates as a licensed veterinary provider, it is immune from this type of animal cruelty prosecution. The judge rejected that argument this week, meaning the case can now proceed to trial. So this is the reaction that you were getting. The SPCA had previously paid a fine connected to the citation, which was initially treated as a guilty plea. And that plea was later vacated after the organization argued it did not understand the legal consequences of paying the fine. So Waddle's supporters now want the case decided by a jury instead of a judge. So the trial is currently scheduled to begin next week. We'll certainly be following it for you here on Fox 13 Plus. And be sure, I know Ariel's going to be live at 5, have a report for you at 6. So definitely be sure to keep up with her coverage. All right, everyone. Well, we are going to continue on with some more news that we are following here in Tampa Bay as well as Orlando. When we come back, all of Florida, all of the nation should be rooting for the woman that we are about to chat with. She is taking on such an incredible feat. She is going to be doing more than a marathon. Like, oh my goodness. She is going to marathon through Death Valley with the support of her family. We know that the summer heat here is no joke, but she is about to run in probably one of the hottest places in the world. So we're going to talk to her about that decision, what her training has looked like, and how excited she is to get there this weekend, because I know it begins on Monday. So stay tuned. We'll have a conversation with her coming up after this break.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
All right, so like I said before the break, everyone, we know Florida summer heat, no joke. The humidity alone makes walking out to your car just feel like a marathon. Now imagine taking that, cranking the thermostat up past 120 degrees, and then running 135 miles through the desert. Yes, I said 135 miles. That is the reality of the Badwater 135 Ultra Marathon, which kicks off this coming Monday. It's widely known as the world's toughest foot race. Competitors start at Badwater Basin in Death Valley, which is the lowest point in North America, then run nonstop across 3 mountain ranges, climbing over 14,000 feet to finish on Mount Whitney. It takes obviously the ultimate athlete to sign up for that kind of punishment, and one of those people is from right here in the Tampa Bay area, and she is actually joining us live now. Nicole Kocha from Riverview, ahead of her Badwater debut. Nicole, thank you so much for being with us here. How are you?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really good. I'm so excited for this race. This is like, it's people aspire to run this race, and to be able to be one of the 100 people chosen to be able to run it this year is such a privilege.
I mean, I can imagine. So obviously you are a marathon runner alone. Tell me a little bit about how you got into running and how you got here.
So I started running when I was 9 years old. We were doing a canned food drive, and you get people to pledge for you for each lap that you run. And I was just running and running and running, and the high school track coach saw me. He stopped and he was like, you're going to be a runner when you're older. Keep running. And it just kind of stuck with me. So, and then I ran my first marathon 29 days after giving birth to my youngest of my 7 kids. And I just realized that I had a lot more in me. Wow. And my husband made me realize it too.
7 children and running a marathon after the 7th one. You are incredible, my friend. Okay, so this is the hottest place in the world during the hottest time. How do you train for something like this? We actually heard that another racer is allegedly driving around without air conditioning. You have to walk me through what training looks like.
So my training looks a little bit different every day because I don't know what to expect from my house life, my home life. So a lot of the times I try and take my kids to the pool during the hottest times of the day. But a lot of my mornings start around 3 a.m. so that I can just get my workouts in before everyone wakes up. And I'll go and take hot yoga classes. I take classes at camp right in Tampa. They have a lot of heated classes. So I've been doing that a lot for the past 2 weeks and getting my speed workouts in there too. And really just spending as much time in the sun, because I think that that's one of the most underrated parts of training is people think heat, but you also have to train being in the sun too, because that just takes so much energy out of you being in the sun all day long.
Yeah, and I mean, also, too, just your body overall, Nicole. I know that you are an active marathon runner, as you described. Am I seeing here that this will be your 5th 100-mile race in 7 months?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so, I mean, going off of that, how does your body recover?
So when I earned my titanium entry into Badwater, I looked into it after Badwater last year, and then I realized, I might have to run 3 additional 100-mile races between now and when the registration closes on January 20th. So now I'm looking at what races will I realistically be able to run. And I had a High Rocks race that was the end of November. So running a 100-mile race right before that might take away from my speed and my recovery for that race. So I'm like, I need to look at races after that because that's not fair to my partner that I was doing the race with. So I found 3 100-mile races that would be qualifying races, and 2 of them were back-to-back in December. One was on the 5th, one was on the 13th. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to even do this, but I have to try, because if I don't, then I have no chance of getting in.
Wow. I mean, and how long is this? So walk me through. I know you said you travel out this weekend. It starts on Monday. I mean, 135 miles. Are you able to go to the bathroom? Are you able to take a break? Does that affect your time? You have to tell me how this process goes.
So we have to bring portable porta potties. So I have this pop-up tent, and that's what I'll be using if I need to change any of my outfits or use the restroom. There's only about 4 places that you can stop otherwise and use the bathroom, and restock supplies like ice, water, whatever it is that you might need. And it's really, a lot of it is going to be me relying heavily on my crew, which is my husband, my oldest, and my friend Shauna's coming.
Oh, my goodness. Well, at least you'll have something to look forward to every time you're starting to get down. And that's another thing. I mean, listen, I'm not an avid runner by any means, but I feel I even think a normal marathon, 26 miles, I always question how people can go for that long. What type of music do you listen to? Podcasts? How do you keep yourself going for that long?
So I listen to a lot of Joe Rogan's podcast and Cameron Haynes, because they have a lot of ultra running, different athletes on their shows. So I really enjoy listening to them, because sometimes you might be in the thick of it yourself and you're listening to someone else talk about when they're in the thick of it and what they do to get out of that or to get through it. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And sometimes it's helped me get through to the next part of my race. But I listen to a lot of them, and then sometimes I'll switch to music, and then sometimes I won't listen to anything.
Wow. Well, I was going to say maybe like comfort in the silence a little bit. Is that it? You just kind of taking in all the sights and sounds?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, okay. So, I mean, how are you feeling? Are you excited, nervous?
I am feeling everything. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I am excited to get there and line up with everyone and meet all of these incredible people that were chosen to run it as well, because everybody that was chosen to run has some incredible backstory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen to run this race. Like they choose people because there's something about them that is unique, interesting, inspiring. And I'm just excited to meet all of these incredible athletes and yeah, a little bit excited for it to be over too at the same time.
I can imagine. Yes, girl. I mean, so now do you know off the top of your head how many people are chosen to do this? Is it a lot?
So there's 30 veterans. So people who have completed Badwater before or run Badwater before, there are 30 spots for them, which leaves about 20 places for the titanium entry people who earned their spots in. So then there's about 50 places for rookies who have never run the race before. But then not everybody who earned their titanium entry in will end up coming. So it opens up the door for more rookie entrants as well.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else you want viewers to know, feel, any other final remarks before we wrap this up and let you get on your merry way all the way out to the West Coast?
You know, the one thing I always think of is my husband always says you're not a serious runner until you go to the bathroom on yourself while you're running. And it just always makes me laugh because according to him, I'm not a serious runner yet. So fingers crossed that I'm still not, to him, a serious runner after this race, too.
Oh, heck no. 135 miles, girl, that is so incredible. Especially, and I mean, I have to ask you, with 7 children, how do you even find the time to train? I know you said you take them to the pool, but...
Oh, man. So there have been days where I've had to run 2 miles while I'm boiling pasta, 1 mile while I'm feeding my kids, 3 miles in between school drop-offs or pickups, 3 miles in between their after-school activities, and just squeezing it in whenever and wherever I can. And it all adds up to time on your feet. And I really think that that is one of the biggest parts of ultra running and training, is that just spending as much time on your feet as possible, whether it's at work or taking care of kids or whatever it is that you're doing throughout the day. Like, wow. Ultra running really is for everyone. Sometimes we're shuffling along to the finish and it feels like we're running, but we're just walking. And it's all those hours on your feet that add up.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Nicole. I keep asking you questions. I could talk to you forever about this. Do you walk at points, or are you able to just run 100+ miles?
There are always points in my races where I'm walking or I'm stopping because I have to change out my water bottles, or sometimes I have to change my shoes or I change my socks. So it's not, you might think it's all running, but everybody has to stop and kind of shuffle along at some points. I don't think that anybody ever fully runs an entire ultra without stopping at some point.
Yeah, I would imagine. I have to admit, my biggest question was, how do you go to the bathroom? So portable porta potties, that makes sense. Yeah. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Nicole, but I mean, are there age limits to this? I don't know how old you are, but are there elderly people who do this, or what are some of the age groups in this? You know how that kind of is in a standard marathon, you've got different age groups?
Yeah, so you have to be at least 18 years old to do this race. I just turned 36 today. So I'm kind of like right in the middle. Yeah, it is.
Oh my goodness, happy birthday. Wow, what a great present. What a great way to ring in 36.
Yeah. And then last year, so the Keys 100 mile, the race director, Bob Becker, he was the oldest person to ever finish Badwater last year.
Wow. Well,
and he's in his 80s, I believe. I think he's 82. I could be wrong.
80s. What?
Yeah.
Well, listen,
and he finished it.
You are our heroes, Nicole. I know you have to go probably train. Now, so do you train at all today, or is that kind of it? Is your body like, all right, we're gonna do this, we just gotta go?
So when I was doing all of those other 100-mile races, I was training right through. Like, it was just another run, another long run on the weekend, and then right back into it, training for the next thing. Because I did so many back-to-back races, my training never really stopped. But this one, I've actually been really kind of taking it easy and relaxed these past 2 or 3 weeks, and I really haven't been running much. The running I have been doing has been a lot of speed work at camp. So... wow. I've just been taking it easy, and I'm going to see what my body can do with more rest than it's used to and see if it makes a difference or not.
Yeah, well, listen, when you are all back here and settled and recovered, we would absolutely love to follow up with you and hear how it went, because you are our hero and we are rooting for you all the way. And I don't know if you've heard of him or her. Is there another person from the Tampa Bay area running this, correct?
I think that there is, actually. Yeah, I think there's a gentleman that's running it, too.
Wow. Look at you guys representing, bringing Tampa all the way to Death Valley. Good luck, Nicole. Thank you so much for coming on here and talking about all of this, your story, your experience, and your excitement. Have so much fun.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Take care and safe travels.
Thank you.
As you can see, I could talk to her forever. So I know she's got 7 children and an ultra marathon to train for, so we're going to let her go. But definitely check out her story, her social media. Like she said, she's been doing this for a while, several ultra marathons, but this is definitely going to be the hottest one. But we are all rooting for her, that's for sure. Okay, we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We've got some statewide news to go over with you when we come back, so stick with us. We are slowly approaching the top of the 2 o'clock hour. I know some of you are going to see Florida Live. Some of you are going to see Take 2 here in Tampa, but we'll get you up to speed on some top stories here when we come back.
Operational challenge with multiple road closures caused by flooding and high water, making it difficult to access the affected communities. The mayor pointed out that there's been assistance provided not just by the state of Texas, but also by other states. And we all want to express our gratitude to the states of Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Alabama for everything that they've done to assist folks here in this area. LaSalle has made it through the storm, but it only now is able to fully begin the recovery process. Now I want to share some information about both Dimmitt and McMullen counties. In Dimmitt County,
All right, everyone. Thanks for being with us here on Fox 13 Plus. We are listening in right now as Texas Governor Greg Abbott holds a press conference about the flash flooding and disaster declarations across Central and South Texas after Tropical Storm Bertha did bring some pretty rough conditions there when it made a second landfall. I believe it was yesterday. We know state deployment included over 2,700 personnel, 1,500 vehicles, dozens of boats, and about 20 aircrafts. And as he was just saying, about 530 rescues were completed by state and local first responders in hard-hit areas, which included Uvalde, Kerr, and Kendall counties. Now, we also should mention that Bertha was kind of coming in after Texas was already dealing with severe flash flooding because of rain. So they're dealing with some stuff there. So we wanted to, take you to Governor Abbott. It is pretty localized. He's talking about the different counties that are affected and operations happening there. But just wanted to let you know that we are keeping a close eye on this. All right, gonna continue on with some more interesting news here, and we'll actually head nationally for this one. So AI is actually at the forefront of security concerns for both government and tech companies this week. I don't know if you heard about this, but this is a pretty wild story. OpenAI announced this week that its models went rogue during testing. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is first off going to tell us what happened. And then Dr. Jill Schiffelbein, who is an AI expert we speak to a lot here at Fox 13, she made a pretty good video detailing what exactly happened and should we be concerned. So let's listen into some of that.
Plot of a sci-fi movie. On Tuesday, OpenAI announced its models broke out of a secure testing environment this month and hacked an AI startup called Hugging Face. The company says the models used stolen credentials, and it's now working with Hugging Face to improve the startup's defenses.
This proves that AI safety cannot be solved by any one group or any one company in secret. It's a warning that no system exists today to contain, monitor, and disclose this kind of stuff.
The incident is renewing calls for increased regulation and oversight. House lawmakers are introducing a bipartisan bill that would give Homeland Security the authority to shut down or slow AI models it considers dangerous.
The first thing we need to do is find out what the models are capable of so we can know what the risks are, so we know what to do about them.
It comes as the Trump administration warns of potential national security concerns. This week, the White House accused Chinese startup Moonshot AI of a large-scale effort to steal the capabilities of top American AI models. AI security is expected to come up when President Trump meets with Chinese leader Xi Jinping in September.
It's of high importance to the president and of this administration to obviously ensure that America remains dominant in the AI race.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says Chinese companies could face sanctions over intellectual property theft. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
If you woke up this morning to news that autonomous AI agent goes rogue and is Skynet actually happening, well, I want to break down.
Okay, that's a little strange. I do apologize. I don't know why her audio sounds like that. But ultimately, Dr. Jill Schiffelbein here, who studies artificial intelligence, helps teach it in schools, and is actually in the process of writing a book on it. She did a social media explainer on what happened, if we should be concerned. Lots of great tidbits there. If you actually look her up on Facebook, she is public, and you can hear the decent audio that comes with that. I'm going to Yeah, this is really strange. Okay, we're going to get off of that. I do apologize, but really good tidbits there from Dr. Jill Schiffelbein. Okay, we're going to wrap up with this. We're going to take a look at this poll that we took because we just got off a conversation with a mother of 7 who turned 36 today, who is running an ultra marathon, 135 miles through Death Valley. And I mean, Oprah Winfrey actually said that she feels life starts at 40. So one of the polls that we did over here at Fox 13 was, at what age do you think people start living their best life? So several people voted. As you can see, we got about 6% saying under 30, 8% in their 30s, 21% in their 40s. And then look at that, 65% 50 and beyond. Is that because we retire during that time frame? Probably. I love that. So I know we're going to wrap up this poll. This was some votes that we got in from the morning. So wanted to show you that there because really interesting to see what people think. I want to say, listen, I just turned 30, and if our girl Nicole can prove anything at 36 with 7 children, that yeah, life is rocking in your 30s, and she is making it look easy, running the hottest race in the world, basically. So glad that we were able to chat with her. All right, guys, we are going to wrap up here with a little look at some of the weather conditions that we are following. Let's take a look at Cape Canaveral, Florida, or Port Canaveral, I should say, excuse me. We got this really cool look at a cruise ship, Royal Caribbean. Looks like a fun slide there. So I know that the weather is going to be overall pretty hot this weekend in both Tampa and Orlando. Highs in the high 90s. The heat index going to be in those triple digits again. So if you're going outside, just remember that sunscreen, stay hydrated. Here's a look at Orlando International Airport as well. And I know there's a chance for some scattered showers also. So a little higher chance of precipitation in both areas, which I know we're still very much in a drought. We haven't been seeing nearly as much rain as we should right now. So I think that will definitely be welcome. So listen, you guys got more news coming up in both Orlando and Tampa. I know in Orlando you are going to see Florida Live. In Tampa, you are actually going to see, I know it airs at 1 o'clock usually, but we were streaming for you today. So you're going to see Take 2 with one of our digital content creators, Nancy Gay. We can even really quickly bring you out to this cool shot of Clearwater Beach. That's a bit of a time lapse, but this is right now. There were some rip current warnings in place overnight, impartial because of Tropical Storm Bertha in the Gulf. That was as of last night, but just be careful. These rip currents can pop up regardless. There doesn't even need to be waves for there to be rip currents. So if you're headed out into the water, going to the beach this weekend, just be very, very careful. Thank you so much for joining us, guys, on this special afternoon stream for both Tampa.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
controversial. And not as the lawyer, though. Just as a reporter, he turned it down. Probably wasn't enough FaceTime for him, so he's like, I'm not going to do it. That's going to do it for us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on Florida Live. My name is Loris Leone. I'm filling in for Garrett. We are going to start off today with Marie Ettinger. Marie, you've been working on a story here all day. Talk to me a little bit about what you got working for us today.
Is one of you Muniz? They scored.
Hearing you. Marie, 1 second here. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Okay.
There we go.
We
Marie.
did have some Wi-Fi issues earlier. Okay.
Okay.
Did you hear any of that, or do you want me to restart?
If you could, I apologize for that. We had a little bit of technical difficulty there. Please let us know.
No problem. Okay, so to recap what this whole story, just before we get into the updates, just to make sure that our viewers understand the case that we're talking about here. This was in 2023. A group of kids had gone into a Target, while at the same time the Osceola County Sheriff's Office was conducting a training exercise inside, trying to cut down on shoplifting. They were working with the people within Target to cut down, just like the officers who normally patrol. They noticed a couple of these kids they believed to be shoplifting. They thought they were stealing some Pokemon cards and a pizza. And so they, after some discussion, and I'm kind of skipping a few details here, but after some discussion, the deputies decided to go after these kids once they saw them walk out, allegedly, with this stolen merchandise. So the teenagers went to their car, and deputies swarmed, deciding to block in the vehicle. There's some debate as to whether the deputies properly announced their names. They were not in marked vehicles. They were not in marked clothing. Because they were conducting this undercover training exercise. So the kids said that they did not realize that they were officers or deputies, and there was a small gap between the car block. And so the kids started moving forward, deputies saying that they feared for their lives because the driver was moving forward, shot into the vehicle a number of times. It was, just to kind of paint a better picture here, it was 28 deputies in total who responded to this scene. And this was 4 teenagers. One teenager, Jaden Baez, was killed in this. There was another who was shot multiple times in the hand. He lost a finger. Another was shot multiple times in the back and has undergone a number of surgeries as a result. There was one other teenager who was involved but was not hit, but he does allegedly suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of this, and a number of other difficulties moving forward. This case had a federal lawsuit filed as a result and had a bunch of fallout. It went to a grand jury that ultimately decided to not criminally charge the main deputies involved who made the decision to initiate that car block, and who did so against the Osceola County Sheriff's Office policy and did it kind of shoddily because of a miscommunication. The grand jury said no criminal charges for them, but they had this absolutely scathing review of the Sheriff's Office policies, demanding that they make a number of changes in the Sheriff's sheriff's office has actually followed through on this. This was back when the sheriff was Marcos Lopez, who is right now in the Lake County Jail for an unrelated case. So the current sheriff who is responding to this now is not the sheriff who was responsible for the policies that existed at the time. But I did talk with the new sheriff's office, Christopher Blackman, about their policies now. They did not have body cameras for all of the deputies or any of the deputies at the time. That has changed, and their policy is for the blocking of the cars has changed as well. This federal lawsuit did go after the individual deputies as well as the former sheriff, just trying to not only affect change, but also have some accountability for these officers as it relates to monetary damages. There were the 4 families involved in this, and that case just settled. So years and years in the making, and it was going to go to trial. The lead attorney on this case for the plaintiffs was saying that they were prepared to go to trial. They ultimately decided to settle. It was a $1 million settlement that'll be distributed amongst the 4 families. The attorney, Mark Nijam, he did not want to go into the details of how that will be distributed. But the sheriff's office has insurance just like any other corporation or any other entity. So it's not taxpayers who are paying this $1 million settlement. It comes from this fund that the sheriff's office buys into, essentially. So they have an insurance policy that'll cover that. And so that is the update. So years and years of this case moving forward. It has now, it seems, closed a book. The attorney I mentioned, Mark Nijam, who's been leading this case, said that the families are, they were confident about the concept of going into trial. They thought they had a strong case, but having to relive everything that happened and see photos of the children, or the teenagers who were shot, and talk about this person, Jaden Baez, who was killed, they thought was going to be really painful and a very difficult experience that they were not looking forward to. And the attorney said that ultimately contributed to the decision to move forward with the settlement rather than take this to trial.
A lot of moving parts there, Marie. Thank you for keeping your pulse on it for as long as you have, and we appreciate you doing what you do and sticking with us through that technical difficulty. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one.
You too. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead now and take a quick little break, rather. On the other side of the break, we'll have lots more news to share on Florida Live. But again, right now, we'll go ahead and send you right on your way to that break.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live. One of my favorite meteorologists is joining us here today.
Can I get that on recording?
Yes, yes. And she didn't pay me to say this, you guys.
No, I didn't.
We really actually enjoy each other's company for real.
It's a little Friday treat. I'll take it.
It's a Friday treat. All right, so is the weather this weekend, is that going to be a little treat for everybody?
Oh, I wish I could say it is. It's going to be great for the plants. I'll say that.
Okay.
Good. If you have a garden, it'll be great for that. But unfortunately, if you do have any outdoor plans, especially through the afternoon and evening, it could get a little bit dicey. So we'll break down what's in store for the weekend pretty much hour by hour. But genuinely, if you have any plans tonight, it looks great, because we had that kind of close call with Bertha. So this is kind of the treat for what we've been seeing the past couple of days with that kind of Bertha missing us by the skin of our teeth. We saw our rain chances go significantly down, and we kind of had that dry heat, Larissa, for the past couple of days. But for the next few days, not only are our rain chances going to be on the rise, the humidity, it's going to be back in full Florida force. And then once we take a look at the start of the work week, our temperatures reading on the thermometer, they're going to go down, but because the humidity is back up, our feels-like temperatures are really going to be brutal out there once we take a look towards the middle of the week. But hey, let's start off with the positives. We are kicking off the weekend. iDrive camera right now, absolutely stunning. Lots of sunshine, iDrive cam right now. Lots of people enjoying the theme parks, as lots of folks are trying to head to the theme parks as well for this weekend. It's going to be nice through the rest of the evening. So any outdoor plans, it's going to be warm. So honestly, one of my favorite activities is to go get ice cream. So that's going to be a great night for that. We may see a couple of very spotty storms pick up at least through the rest of the evening, but other than that, very much spotty and isolated as we round out the work week and head into the weekend. So breaking down what's in store at least through the rest of the evening, temperatures staying in the 90s. We're only going to be cooling down by a couple degrees as we head into a little bit later on. But then by the time we hit the overnight, temperatures barely going to be dropping below 80. I'm talking temperatures only in the upper 70s as we head through the next couple of days. But genuinely, as we take a look at the weekend ahead, tonight ultimately, but Saturday is probably the pick of the weekend for sure. Seeing those rain chances kind of picking up a little bit more after dinner as opposed to earlier on. So that's something that we're going to be tracking that's a little bit out of the ordinary when we're talking about our rain chances here in Florida. Yeah, from the hours between 2 and 5 p.m., you got to keep that umbrella on hand. But Saturday, we could be seeing those storms kind of pick up a little bit more, taking a look after dinner on Saturday night. So Larissa, here is your weekend forecast. Seeing a 50% chance of rain on Saturday, 70% chance of rain on Monday. We see that moist, humid air working its way back in across the region after that dry hit after Bertha moved in. So we can see our temperatures, they're going to be hot. That's not going to change, but the humidity will slowly start to creep in as we take a look ahead towards our Saturday, and especially on Sunday, you'll definitely notice that stickiness and those storms picking up as we head through your Sunday afternoon. But let's break down what's in store for your Saturday. Hot and humid. Storms going to be picking up tomorrow afternoon, but it's mainly tomorrow night where we're going to be seeing those storms really starting to pick up. So let's take you through hour by hour so what you can expect for the weekend ahead. Through the rest of this evening, though, it's pleasant. Maybe a thunderstorm or two down by Tampa, but things are looking good as we take a look ahead over the next couple of hours. A couple of clouds moving in and out of the region as we take a look at tomorrow. But other than that, tomorrow morning is the time to get outside if you are planning to do so. About 2:30 p.m., this is when we can see a couple of those very spotty showers pick up. 6 p.m., we're going to start to see a very weak frontal boundary kind of push down from the north. That could fire up a couple of thunderstorms, especially over by Gainesville, Ocala, down towards Lakeland, but things should fizzle out by 11 p.m. tomorrow night. Fast forwarding into Sunday, things are starting off quiet, but storms are going to be picking up at about 1:30 p.m. This is kind of jump starting, of course, our afternoon and evening thunderstorms, because guess what? That's what's going to be the trend pretty much all through next week. So that's something that we're going to continue to monitor as we head through the next couple of days. But if you do have plans on Saturday, just be prepared for a couple of storms, especially right around fireworks time if you're planning on heading to the theme parks. As opposed to the beach, though, things are going to be looking much drier. Again, Saturday, definitely the pick of the weekend between Saturday and Sunday. If you have any outdoor activities, things overall are looking good, especially along the beaches. So, Larissa, I don't know about you, but my hair gets huge, especially when we're talking about the humidity.
Mine just gets frizzy. I was just telling our producers here today that I actually straighten my hair. You would not be able to tell, and I was not outside for a long period of time, so it does not take much, Laurel.
See, I have the opposite problem. My hair doesn't hold curls, so it gets frizzy, but it also just goes flat. So that's kind of what we're going to be feeling, especially over the next couple of days. So I hope you're ready, and you might want to be armed with that straightener for sure.
I know it. I'm really going to have to do something because, my goodness, it is tough out here, Laurel.
And it will be because, again, really what we're going to be tracking over the next couple of days is our rain chances are going up, but as our rain chances go up, our temperatures, they're going to be going down. So it's kind of a give and take Goldilocks kind of effect that we see the humidity go up, our temperatures, they go down, but because of the humidity and warm temperatures, our feels like temperatures today lingering right around 100 degrees, and then we continue to see things really heat up because of the heat and the humidity together. That's what make the heat indices go up even more. So it's going to be a toasty one, especially as we take a look ahead to next week.
Yeah, you were talking to me a little bit about how Wednesday specifically is going to have feels like temperature, I believe 107, correct?
107. So if we pop up weather graphics again one more time, it is going to be hot for sure, and especially because we're starting to see that surge of that moist air and that tropical air working its way back into the region. That's what's going to be making our temperatures go up even more, because we not only have the dry heat that's kicking in today, but we're going to be having the heat and the humidity kicking in next week. So here are our rain chances. 50% on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, it's going to be a little bit more on the soggy side. But check this out. So taking a look at the numbers, this is what the thermometer is going to read over the next couple of days. 96 on Saturday, 94 on Sunday, 92 pretty much for the start of the work week. But get this, even though our temperatures are lower, we're going to be seeing our temperatures continuing to pick up.
I'm so sorry, guys. We're having a little bit of interference here, but Laurel, you were just talking about, dang, look at those temperatures just climbing up. You can see, like we talked about Wednesday, just intense.
Yeah, 107. It is going to be hot and humid out there. So just a heads up for that. And Larissa, there's also just going to be something pretty cool, hopefully, happening tonight. I feel like it's like, what, a fourth time a charm now? As we now are keeping all eyes on the Texas coastline. Texas coastline got hit by Bertha. As we take a look a little bit later on yesterday, that's what we saw there as Bertha made landfall in the Houston area. Still cloudy, still a little bit breezy, but the majority of the moisture and the rain is now moving into central Texas. Bertha is now pretty much a thing of the past, but Bertha was the whole reason why the Starship launch got scrubbed as of yesterday. So a quick check on that. It is set to launch at 6:45. The 90-minute window opens a little bit later on tonight. Better odds than yesterday, so we'll have that covered on Fox 35 tonight.
I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. I'm sure everybody is as well. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break. Laurel, thank you so much for joining us and filling us all in. And we will be right back with y'all. everybody. Welcome back to Florida Live. Now with me here is Sean Green. Sean, there was a major sports announcement today. LeBron James is switching teams. Talk to me all about it.
Yeah, he is. Thank you so much for having me. He is going to the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million contract with a player option after the first year. It was one of the more unexpected moves for him to make. A lot of people assumed he would be going to the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat made a little bit of an error trying to do a press conference or accidentally posting a press conference a couple days ago, assuming that he was going to be there. And also, he had a couple other suitors. The Warriors were one of them that people thought, but he is ending up going to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, and talk to me a little bit about, Miami Heat. They really kind of breadcrumbed this. So how big of a shock is this really to the sports world?
I think it's a pretty big shock. You can also mention the Cleveland Cavaliers, too. LeBron potentially going back home. The Cavs have a pretty good roster. But when you look at the Heat, they just got Giannis Antetokounmpo. I think Giannis has been pretty outspoken that he thought LeBron was going to come here. Pat Riley in Giannis's press conference made a pretty big remark saying, we have another move to make, kind of saying that they're trying to get LeBron to go to Miami. But I think LeBron looked at the Philadelphia 76ers roster after Jaylen Brown got traded there, and he said, that's a roster I think I can win a championship with. The Miami Heat's roster, unfortunately, yes, they did get Giannis. That's a huge help. But Giannis and Bam just do not compare when you look at the 76ers with Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, Joel Embiid. The 76ers have the much better roster, and I think LeBron's looking at a championship to end his career.
He's been with the Lakers for quite some time now. I think that it's kind of hard for people, especially my age, to think of LeBron anything other than a Laker. Talk to me a little bit about just kind of his highlights, his history with the Lakers.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I think a lot of NBA fans surprisingly might, when his career is all said and done, I think they're going to really forget a lot of his years with the Lakers, right? You had the championship in 2020 in the bubble, which for the Lakers was huge for LeBron to go bring them a championship alongside Anthony Davis. But it's been a lot of, kind of mediocre years, not a lot of deep playoff runs. A lot of people just remember LeBron older days where he was in Cleveland, in Miami, winning a championship with both of those places. I think people remember that more than the Lakers. He was with the Lakers for a long time, but I think the last, 4 years, it's been kind of going downhill. The Lakers haven't really been able to put a really good roster around him. They have made some good moves by getting like a guy like Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis at the time. But I think with LeBron's age and him aging up, his time with the Lakers will always be looked at as that of winning a championship in 2020 and then slowly declining with his play. He's still an incredible player and he's going to make the 76ers better, but he's coming to the end of his career and his time with the Lakers kind of just showed that.
An absolute generational talent. I mean, there's no discussion about that. I think for a lot of people as well, they may have anticipated that he was going to retire. I mean, a lot of people talked about, okay, he's going to play with his son, and once he gets that opportunity, he's going to close the chapter. Well, that kind of came and went, and now we are where we are. So you talked a little bit about wanting to end out with a bang. So you think that from your perspective, he's got to win a championship and then he's going to walk off? Or what do you think it's going to take for him to finally hang up those shoes?
Yeah, to be honest, he tweeted out today and he said that he was pretty confident he was going to retire at the end of this past season and not really letting anybody know. I think when you look at it from this perspective, he really sat down and thought, do I still love the game? And he tweeted this out and he said he did. And I think he wants to end on a high note. He wants to end on a bang, like you said. And I think he looked at the Lakers roster, didn't think he could do it there, wasn't happy there. And then he had a lot of suitors, but he was looking at what's the best fit. I mentioned his contract, 2 years, $8 million. For LeBron James, that's $4 million a year. That is nothing compared to what he's made in the past.
Right.
He wanted to go and end his career with a winner. He believes the 76ers were the best chance to do that. Do I think they have a good shot at winning the championship? Absolutely. Their roster is top to bottom one of the best in the NBA after this edition. But again, there's a lot of good teams in the NBA now, a lot of parity. We'll see. But this was the decision he felt would give him the best chance to win at the end of his career.
Now, I know you're not in his brain, and obviously you don't know what a place that would be, right? But
yeah.
We talked about Miami. Why do you think he maybe said no? Why do you think that he took this opportunity? I know you said, the 76ers have a great shot, but talk to me about why maybe those teams he may not have thought was the best fit.
Frankly, I do think Cleveland was the last one on the list. I think that the only positive for Cleveland was he'd be going back home. They do have a good roster, but they don't have a Giannis, and they don't have the roster that Philly does. I think him not choosing Miami was very simply, like I mentioned earlier, the roster is not on par with some of the other teams in the East. The Miami Heat have not had a top 6 roster in the East for a good chunk of time now. And when you look at the roster, they just kind of added Giannis, but they gave up a lot. They gave up a lot of pieces. They gave up a lot of draft capital. So you look at Miami and you could say, okay, they have Bam Adebayo and they have Giannis Antetokounmpo. But when you kind of look around the rest of the board, their third best player might be Bobby Portis. So I think for LeBron is always about creating a super team, creating the best team that he could possibly create to win. And I think when you look at the Heat, unfortunately, yes, they do have Giannis. But when you look at the team around Giannis, it's not something that I think LeBron looks at it and says, I can win a championship with this team. And it's the opposite with the 76ers. I think he looks at them as a championship contender, and that's why he's going there.
It's going to be interesting because he's been with the Lakers for so long. He's built a lot of community with that team. How do you think it is going to be transitioning to where, he'll never be the new kid on the block. He's LeBron James, right? But he's going to be playing with people who he's not played with before. So what do you think that transition is going to look like for him in terms of, do you think we're going to still see him play the same amount of games? Do you think that he will still have the perks that he had with the Lakers? Will that carry over?
I think it's really going to depend on his body, if we're being honest. I think over the last couple of years, you've seen his health kind of start to decline. Little injuries, little nooks and bruises there that kind of keep him out of games. Ultimately, though, I think if you look at the 76ers, it might be the perfect team for him to go to. Obviously, Joel Embiid has had a lot of injury problems in his career. The 76ers just want to get their best players to playoff basketball. I think if you're LeBron James, obviously in a perfect world, he'd love to play all 82 games, right? But I think if you're the 76ers, you just got to be good enough to get home court advantage in the playoffs, get your best players to that time of the year, and see what happens. I think you talked about community. LA loves LeBron. Obviously, he's been there a long time. When you move LeBron from LA to Philly or LeBron from LA to Miami, it doesn't matter what team he goes to. He kind of takes over that team. This is now LeBron James' team, regardless. Joel Embiid's been there his entire career, but LeBron James is going to be the leader of this team, and guys will follow.
Right, absolutely. Well, Sean Green, thank you so much for breaking down this incredibly breaking news in the sports world. We really appreciate you taking the time with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All righty. Well, we are going to go ahead and take a quick little break here on Florida Live. Still a lot of news and a lot of ground to cover, so please stick with us. We will be back shortly.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back here to Florida Live. Really appreciate you for sticking around with us today. So right now we're going to talk about Senator Ashley Moody. She introduced the Stage Accident Fraud Prevention Act. Now, it would make staging an accident with a commercial motor vehicle a federal crime. Now, it's aimed to help truckers and companies keep shipping costs and insurance premiums lower and from artificially inflating. So she spoke with us about it. We are going to go ahead and hear what she had to say.
Yeah, so the Staged Accident Fraud Prevention Act aims to, tighten up our laws surrounding these accidents where they are staged. They are actually purposefully caused by fraudsters so that they can then put pressure on people to get a payoff and a big payday. And so you have seen some of these get uncovered and prosecuted on I-10, right? Like leading into Florida, really big schemes. And what's dangerous about this as it relates to these large commercial trucks is if you prompt or cause an accident, you are really putting lives on the line. Those things are dangerous. We've seen in Florida what happens when those trucks get into accidents. And so I've been trying very hard as Florida's newest U.S. Senator to focus on our laws, tries to close the holes, to tighten up enforcement in this area. And I want to tell you, as soon as I proposed trying to do this, we had organizations all over Florida and the nation jump on this and wanting to support it, push, make sure that we had the right support here and that other Congress folks knew this was going on, how dangerous it was, and that we needed to stop it. So I'm really proud to lead it as Florida's most junior senator and excited to get this through.
And how important is the trucking industry for Florida and really for America?
Florida has shown time and time again that we rely heavily on the trucking industry for our supplies. And as you've seen throughout the United States, the trucking industry is incredibly important to our supply chains. Anytime one of these accidents is caused, not only does it put lives on the line, it generates all kinds of costs on the back end to consumers, because when these trucking companies and the drivers have to pay on these fraudulent accidents, those costs get passed along to the bottom line that affect consumers. And I am trying so hard in Washington to make sure that we are really going after, through tweaking our laws or doing away with red tape in our agencies, that we are going after some of these costs that get padded in and are affecting our Florida families. So that's one of the things I've really been focused here on since I got here. And I find that we are really having success when we're trying to pull away the layers at what is really underlying some of these cost increases.
And even going back to your time as Florida Attorney General, I mean, you've been laser focused on cost and holding people accountable. How big of a step would it be to make some of these offenses federal crimes?
This will make it easier to prosecute all those involved in these staged accidents. And you could go around Florida and talk to folks. Everybody knows that this is happening. I'm focusing right now on the semi-trucks, these big, huge 18-wheelers that cross state lines, that are extraordinarily dangerous and cost a lot of money. Not only are they risky, they cost a lot of money. And fraud in and of itself, from this type of fraud to anything that we're uncovering up here in D.C., ultimately the people that pay that money are Americans. They're folks that are having to pay higher insurance premiums, or in terms of health care fraud, higher health care costs. I mean, I could go on. And until we start peeling that back, rolling up our sleeves, changing our laws to make sure, number one, it's not happening, and number two, we're being transparent and then holding those accountable, we're never going to make a difference in that those padded costs, those unseen costs that when you're paying that money in premiums or at the registers, you never know what's built into that. And so I've really been trying to use my background as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, as a judge, as attorney general, to really dig in and try and be part of the solution rather than just complaining and acknowledging it's happening, which we see a lot of more and more these days, because that's step one, uncovering it. But we've got to be part of the solution. And so that's been one of my primary goals as one of the newest U.S. senators here. And this is one way that we're delivering.
And do you think your strong experience and work with our judicial system, do you think that gives you kind of a leg up in really your first Senate term and really jumping the ground running? I mean, you've been one of the most active senators in the country in such a short time.
I think everything in my background, yes, professionally as a business lawyer, prosecutor, judge, attorney general, but it really goes further than that in how I've been able to be effective so quickly here in Washington. As you know, I am the wife of a law enforcement officer. One of our boys is in the military. So personally, I feel very connected to and have lived these issues. I'm still a mom of a school-aged kid, dealing with the backpacks, dealing with all of those issues that parents grapple with every day as it affects their safety, as it affects their education. So I can't tell you how driven I've been and how laser focused I've been on the safety and education of our children. And, you know, from my time in school and the things I focused on in terms of finance, accounting, all of those things bring to bear a lot of my approaches and discussions, especially as it relates to fraud. So it's hard to name one thing, but I can tell you I came up here to be effective, to fight for Florida families, to make sure that they had someone here that could not only be a voice of sanity and reason and bring to bear my experience in making sure that Florida was a leading state on so many issues. There's a reason why so many people want to move to Florida. But I've also used all of those background experiences to get things done. So I was named one of the busiest freshman senators. I also just received in the last few weeks an award for Best Constituent Services, meaning we're delivering on the issues that are causing concern or challenges for Floridians. And I got that after 1 year. That had never been done before. And so I'm really proud to show how we've been effective here. It hasn't stopped me. I'm just as tenacious and have a lot of energy to keep working on behalf of Florida families, because my Florida family is experiencing everything everyone else is. I'm a fifth generation Floridian. I love the state. I love our people, and I want to do right by them.
And when it comes to this bill specifically, what does it mean that so many trucking agencies, law enforcement, and even it's already been introduced in the House as well?
Yeah, as you can tell, there is a lot of interest, momentum, enthusiasm for this. You know, I think Florida, the reason why Florida has been so successful, and I'm so proud to have been a part of that, working with DeSantis and other state leaders, is that we don't just identify problems, we try to be very proactive in changing the reality that people are seeing on the ground. And I think one of the reasons it took no time for me to say, this is an issue. I'm seeing, you know, this play out on interstates around the nation. the reason why you saw so many organizations jump on so quickly is because they've been seeing this happen and hoping that we could do something about it. This is a great first step in trying to solve a problem that has really driven up costs for Florida families for a long time. And we want to be part of the solution. We want to make sure that Florida continues to lead the way. And I'm proud to do that as Florida's most junior senator.
So, Senator Moody, what's next for this bill, and how can families at home keep track of it?
Yeah, families at home, that again, know that these staged accidents are happening. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed not to learn or hear of a story within your own community. They can stay engaged. They can reach out to their Congress person, whether that's a Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. This is not a partisan issue. This is a safety issue and a cost issue. The two are both incredibly important. They're on the minds of Floridians. So I would encourage folks to reach out to their congressperson back home, tell them how important this is. That goes a long way to helping me here in the Senate get it moving.
Senator Ashley Moody, thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate you greatly.
Great to be with you.
As you heard, that was Senator Ashley Moody discussing an accident fraud bill. Now we're going to go ahead and move along here. We have Congressman Damian Soto. He held a news conference to announce $36 million in FAA funds coming to improve Orlando International Airport. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
A great day for air travel in Central Florida and beyond. Today we're proud to announce another $36 million in new federal funding for the Orlando International Airport. This funding consists of 2 grants, over $22 million for taxiway runway rehabilitation under the Airport Improvement Program, and an additional $13 million for the bathroom improvements that already received funding just a few weeks ago. We are proud to support them, and we appreciate the work of GOA and the hard staff here at the Orlando International Airport for helping work on both this formula and federal grant funding. This builds upon $43 million that we secured together just a few months ago. This was for the new MCO Terminal A and B bathrooms, and building upon it with the funding today, as well as a new air traffic control tower for Kissimmee Airport. We thank U.S. DOT Secretary Sean Duffy for his support for now nearly $80 million in critical projects this year, all of them desperately needed. At Orlando International Airport, we welcomed over 57 million passengers last year, marking a record-setting year that surpassed even 2019. Remember that last year before the pandemic? By 14%. So these taxiways and runways host a lot of air traffic, and they need to be maintained for the safety of the traveling public. Since passing the bipartisan infrastructure law, we've worked together to secure over $500 million in funding for MCO's needs. This is more than any other Florida airport. The Terminal C that you see before you here, the pedestrian bridge over there, the restrooms, and now runway and taxiway rehabilitation. But this money is finally running out. Like last time, we need to make sure we have a new bipartisan infrastructure law. Congress is working on an infrastructure law, but it only includes roads and bridges and road transportation right now. Like last time, we need to include airports, our ports, water, and electric grid projects. Florida's 9th Congressional District is one of the fastest growing districts in the nation. So we desperately need this additional funding for our busy airport and more. This will promote public safety, make sure we create many efficiencies, and create millions of jobs. Thank you to our local city leaders like Orlando City Commissioner Tom Keene for their support. Appreciate you being here. I also want to thank our labor leaders here today from TWU, AFGE, IBW, and laborers. Thank you all for your hard work, for what you do to make the airport run strong. And thank you especially to our GOA staff for their hard work. I know we have a few of our folks here. Appreciate that. They're the ones slaying that bureaucracy, that paperwork that ends up being so important. And to the engineers, contractors, and workers on the projects, let's work together for these well-needed upgrades to ensure we can improve air travel for everyone.
It's so important, the infrastructure that feeds our economy here in Orlando, and this gem, this airport is the engine that does it. So we have to keep it maintained and running efficiently, and it's because of Congressman Soto's work, working with the FAA and with Boeing, that we're able to continue to do that and feed those 58 million plus visitors that travel through MCL. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we're going to hear from Edgar Jimenez from TWU to talk about the importance of this for the more than 30,000 workers that help make Orlando International Airport a world-class airport. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Edgar Jimenez. I proudly serve as the District 2 representative for TWU Local 555. Today, I want to thank Congressman Soto for doing this, making this happen. It's important to recognize leaders who understand what a strong airport depends on. It depends on leaders that want to move this airport forward so they can help out the local economy, help out unions keep their jobs present. For thousands of workers in Orlando International Airport, investments like these represent safer operations, strengthens our local economy, and ensures MCO remains one of the best airports in America. Congressman Soto, thank you for being a partner to our working families and for continuing investing in the future of Central Florida. We appreciate your leadership and your grand support. Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Florida Live, but still some news ahead, so stick with us and we'll see you back here soon.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome on back to Florida Live. Well, all you spooky fans, I have something that I got to share with you. Halloween Horror Nights has some updates, and we got the opportunity to speak with somebody about them. And so we will take to that.
There's going to be a lot of clowns, I'm going to be honest. So there's going to be some haunted houses that we have here. That's the Evil Dead Burn. That one was just announced this past weekend. The thing that was just announced this morning, just a few minutes ago, was the downtown Clown Town. And in that area, it's going to be in the New York section. So we're going to have guests that are going to be swarmed by clowns. Of our 2 icons this year, one of them is going to be a returning favorite. It is Jack the Clown, and he is helping invade the largest scare zone in the entire park. And we're going to have clowns not just for killer clowns from outer space, not just from Art the Clown, but Universal said there's going to be some new and scary creatures that are walking around as well. And what might be the most surprising news, it was a rumor, but something we were really surprised to see, is that Fortnite is on its way as well with the Fortnitemares. This is a fan favorite video game. They do something for Halloween every single year. And the fact that that is going to be in the lands, I think people are absolutely going to love this.
Oh, absolutely. I have a nephew who's going to be like, hey, I need to come to this. So you talked about the clowns. I'm not a clown girl. I try to be a spooky girl, but is there an option? I know this is brand new, but is there an option for people like me that don't want to be like super scared?
Well, one of the best parts about Halloween Horror Nights in recent years is they have been going from only scary in certain areas, so they kind of have what we call like a vibe, a Halloween Horror Night vibe. You walk into the fog and you get to enjoy it. That's why there's going to be certain areas. There's one like Club Horror, and it's really not a scary area. It's a spot where they're going to play club music, they sell some drinks, you can go and dance with some of the scare actors, and people love that. I will say, if you don't love clowns, this might be a bit of an intense year because Jack the Clown is one of the icons, and anytime he's there, they fill the area with clowns. So you might be able to find some areas that you can go through and get around, but we'll have to see. One of the things they've done in the past are kind of these like scare necklaces. It's something you can wear that blinks and lights up and make sure that the characters in certain scare zones don't get you. They haven't confirmed it yet for this year, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come back, as it's been something that was pretty popular with guests in the past. So you might be able to get that, but those do not work inside the haunted houses. So if you go to a haunted house and there's a clown, they're probably going to go right for you.
I'm signing myself up to get scared, aren't I? You said you can wear a necklace that says, hey, I don't like to be scared. Listen, I totally, I would. I really would. But, okay, so these new additions, they've got people, I mean, we've been checking our social medias. People are very excited about this. Dive in a little bit deeper about what they can expect this year that is completely different from last year.
Well, the one thing I'll jump back to then is going to be Fortnite, as that is something that was rumored. It's something that we didn't know if was going to happen, and I'm still honestly a little confused how it'll work exactly in the park. If you ever played Fortnite, it is going to be a first-person shooter game, and so obviously we're not going to have all of those aspects in the gamification inside of the area, but we've been seeing a lot of fans that have been set up inside of the Central Park area. Fortnite is known for what's called the Storm. It's what kind of pushes all of the players in the game closer and closer and closer until the end of each match, and so because of that, I have a feeling that they're going to try and recreate this storm. It's like a big purple evil looking cloud, and so if they can have enough fog and enough fans, they might be able to emulate that. Another iconic part of that is going to be the battle bus, and they said that that prop will be there, and it's very cool to see that Fortnite, the creators of that Epic Games, are working with Halloween Horror Nights to bring in some of the characters from their game, but they're also working with Universal to design all new characters, and I'm hoping that that means that those characters are also going to show up inside of the video game when Halloween Horror Nights debuts. So that's a scare zone with all new characters and all new stuff, and I think that's going to be really cool, and think something that fans, not just of Halloween Horror Nights, but of video games, are going to love seeing, because we're getting a lot more video games now inside of our park, like with Super Nintendo World and Epic Universe.
Yeah. It'll be so nice to know when you're playing Fortnite that there's a little nugget of Florida in there, right? Potentially.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, I have a feeling a lot of those characters are going to be, they're going to have to go and buy their character. I mean, how cool is it that you can, portray a character here inside of our Florida parks and then go on a video game and still play your character?
Well, they need to make one for you. That would be pretty cool if they could just throw that in there.
I'd be all for it.
Now, would that mean that you would represent yourself in Halloween Horror Night, or do you?
I don't know. You know, I'll try it any way they'd let me. They did let me a couple of years ago be a guest character for a couple of hours in one of their scare zones. We got to do the makeup. I had it look like my eye was tore out. I was covered in their fake blood. And so they do a ton of work for their makeup team to be able to transform me into a character. So if I ever have that opportunity again, I would definitely go and do that. One other thing I should mention when you were talking about things that are different this year is that Halloween Horror Nights is known to be in kind of the evening. People know that they get there at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock and it goes all the way until 2 a.m. This year, you will be able to go inside of some of those haunted houses starting at 2 in the morning. So you could potentially go there at 2 p.m. You could get there at 2 p.m. and go all the way until 2 a.m. And so a full 12 hours of going inside of haunted houses, getting some of the themed food, seeing the shows, that is a lot of walking, that is a lot of scares, but I think that is something that fans are all for because the lines keep getting longer every year as this event gets more and more popular. Yeah, so for this year, one of the big changes when it comes to their Express Pass to let you skip the lines is that you can no longer add that on to a season pass. If you still want to buy it for a single night, you can do that, and you can go and skip some of the lines, not only for the rides, but for the haunted houses as well. But they used to have a version called the Frequent Fear Plus with Express, and you used to be able to get that and go every single night and be able to skip through the houses. That is not going to be an option this year. Universal says they are working on basically trying to work with the lines. This is the world's most popular event when it comes to Halloween, and it is very obvious when you're inside of the park. It's almost funny to go there during the day and see a lot of people, and then you go at night and it's like there's mobs everywhere. People love this event, and so I think they're just trying to rework exactly how do they get people into the lines and make sure they have a good night. And with how they've been adding on to these scare zones, they've talked about even more characters just roaming throughout the land. I think they're really trying to make sure that people have a great time no matter where they are. So that has changed if you're a person that's going there for the entire season. But if you're just going there for the night, the tickets and the Express, even the RIP tours where you get like a really custom experience, all of that is going to remain the same with, of course, as all of our theme parks do, a slight price increase. So probably the best tip I can give you is the one where I said they now are going to be starting at 2 p.m. That is your Scream Early or your Stay and Scream ticket. If you are a Universal Orlando annual pass holder, this is going to be included with your annual pass. To stay in the park, you do have to buy a Halloween Horror Nights ticket, but you get to have this with it. Or if you're someone that's just buying a day ticket, you can also go in from your day and then immediately be able to go into Halloween Horror Nights. What this is going to allow you to do is to go into some of those haunted houses early when there's going to be less lines. You're going to be able to get some of those knocked out before people who just have a Halloween Horror Night ticket get to go in themselves.
A lot of really exciting things in store for Halloween Horror Night. Hey, I just want to say thank you so much for letting me fill in for Garrett Weimer. He will be back next week, and enjoy. The 407 is coming up, so stay tuned.
Commercial. Not as the lawyer, though. Just as a reporter, he turned it down. Probably wasn't enough face.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, first of all, good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here with everybody. It's very interesting. We are getting close now. It's I believe we are 24 days now to the primary on August 18th, and it's been really amazing to be able to crisscross Florida. We've been in 60 counties in our state, campaigning, talking to the people of Florida, and even though there's been rallies and Q&As. We always want to make sure we stay focused on policy, because the policy for the future of our state truly does matter. We are by far the best state in America. That is not going to change. There is a reason why people keep choosing Florida, because they want a piece of that Florida dream that everyone in this room has been able to be a part of, and quite frankly, people all through our state have been able to be a part of. It's tremendous what Florida has been able to accomplish. And we have to give full credit to Governor DeSantis. He's done a tremendous job leading Florida. He really has. And I will tell you, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. We see what happens in other states. They kind of give us a blueprint. New York and California and Illinois give us the blueprint of what not to do. And that's always helpful. But it's really about common sense. It's common sense policy, it's conservatism, it's putting people and family first, it's making sure that government is out of your way and not on your back. And then the things that government is supposed to do, it better do them well. Be efficient, and again, largely stay out of your way. And with that in mind, today we wanted to talk about a policy initiative that we are announcing called Healthy Florida, Healthy Families. Now, me personally, I've lived in Florida for 30 years now. I moved here at 17. I'm now 47 years old. Some people say I look way too young, that I'm not 47, but it is true. I'm 47. I have 3 sons, 22, 18, and 15. The 22-year-old is now a college graduate. He's almost off the budget. This is an exciting thing in the Donalds household. Somebody said over there, never. They're never off the budget. A couple people agree with that sentiment as well. That's all right. Our 18-year-old son, he's a freshman in college. He just came home from freshman year, and he's training. He's a Division II basketball player. My oldest son was a defensive tackle at Holy Cross. So, yes, the size runs in the family. And our youngest son is 15 years old. He's going to be a freshman in high school, and he's lifting weights in the summer and training and hanging out with friends. So when we talk about these policies, it's not just a political statement. This is the stuff that my wife and I have taken seriously for our children. We want all of Florida's kids to have the best shot at the Florida dream, to be able to build their success here in Florida. Mrs. Donalds, who couldn't be with me this morning, but Mrs. Donalds, she has a directive for me. And the directive is that her kids raise their kids in Florida, because she doesn't want to have to get on a plane to see her grandkids. And so we want to make sure that everything we do from a policy perspective in the state is reflective of that goal, that so many parents here today, they want their kids to raise their kids in Florida as well. And I know there's a lot of grandmas and grandpas that would love to be able to see their grandkids a whole lot more. They want them to live that Florida dream here as well. But let me start by asking you a simple question that every parent thinks about. When your child sits down in the school cafeteria, do they know what is actually on the tray? And when they lean over to fill their cup at the water fountain, do they know what's in the water? The honest truth is most parents don't. And Washington has made it nearly impossible to find out for far too long. The federal minimums that have only meet a certain standard are just that. They are minimums. They don't go as far as they need to. Florida is the best state in America. We've done a tremendous job here, from beaches to jobs, obviously with freedom. But the federal rules governing what goes into our kids' lunch trays haven't kept pace, and Florida families deserve better than waiting on Washington to catch up. It's time for a healthy Florida and for healthy families. Here's what we're going to do. First, we are fixing the school lunchroom. Today's federal standards still allow ultra-processed food, artificial dyes, and chemical additives onto your child's plate every single day. We're going to put an end to that. Through the Clean School Food Act, we are getting ultra-processed junk and dyes out of our schools. We are closing the loopholes that let soda, energy drinks, and candy slide into after-school activities. And real quick, these energy drinks, like, I'm not really big into them. Can I tell you something? I don't drink coffee. And some people are like, what? How do you not drink coffee? Like, I'm just not a coffee drinker. Never really have been. My mom wasn't a coffee drinker, so it just kind of was in the household. My mom drinks tea. I just get up and drink water. If I do have coffee, that just means because it's been one of those days, and you're just running, and you need that little bit of extra pick me up. But these energy drinks, and people drink them, and that's fine as adults. Do what you're going to do, but we want to make sure that our kids are not just reliant on energy drinks, because for a child, water, maybe a lemonade. That should be about it. But you don't want to be too prescriptive, but we have to be honest. We don't want to put energy drinks in front of our kids in schools. They need to be having great food that just helps them move through the day. And we are mandating total transparency. Every school district will be required to post its full weekly menu and ingredients online, so any parent can inspect it within 30 seconds. And the best part is, we aren't creating a new bureaucracy to do this. Florida already has a farm-to-school program that works, connecting our local Florida farms directly to cafeteria trays. We are going to fund it, grow it, and make local fresh produce the backbone of Florida school lunches on day one. Let me give you some background about why this is so important. In a recent school year, Florida schools purchased over $67 million in local agriculture products. The investment kept nearly $26 million in labor income right here in Florida, supported over 500 local jobs, and generated a massive $135 million economic impact for our communities. Furthermore, public health data has shown that students who eat significantly more fresh fruits and vegetables when they are locally sourced. By scaling up this program, we are investing in Florida's children and Florida's farmers at the exact same time. The people of Florida are united behind this. 84% of all Floridians agree that cleaning up school food and getting rid of harmful additives is the right thing to do for our state. The second pillar is going to be about securing our children's drinking water. Right now, federal law does not require schools to test for lead, which means testing is voluntary and inconsistently done. Our kids deserve better than a policy of, we hope it's fine. Under our plan, Florida will require mandatory testing in every single school. We will post the results online for parents to see, and we will fix every pipe and install certified filtration systems wherever the water isn't safe. We are matching our state's testing to the newest gold standard science. In April of 2026, the EPA announced its draft 6th contaminant candidate list. For the first time in the program's history, they designated microplastics and pharmaceuticals as priority contaminants right alongside PFAS forever chemicals. The data is alarming. Microplastics have now been detected in human blood, breast milk, and major organs. Researchers have found that these particles often carry endocrine disrupting chemicals that directly interfere with early hormonal development. While Washington takes years to finalize mandates, Florida is acting right now to make sure our state testing keeps pace immediately. You should be able to look at the water your child is drinking at school and know without a shadow of a doubt that it's clean. You see, this isn't about partisan politics. It's common sense. And 8 out of 10 Floridians already agree. It's what every single parent here in Clearwater demands. It's what every parent in Southwest Florida and Miami demands. It's what the people of Florida, for our kids, it's what they demand. Starting in year 1 with executive action and pushing into year 2 with firm legislation, we are going to deliver clean food, safe water, and peace of mind for Florida's families. But our fight for a healthier state doesn't stop at the cafeteria door or the water fountain. This policy announcement is just one piece of our broader campaign agenda. We are fighting for a robust, comprehensive approach to family well-being. That means empowering parents with absolute transparency in healthcare and in education. It means protecting our neighborhoods and expanding access to outdoor recreation and physical education so our kids can live active and healthy lives. Our kids can't inspect the labels, and they can't test the water fountains themselves. That's our job, and we are going to do that job. Washington set a floor, but Florida is going to move right past that floor. We are going to do what's in the best interest of our kids, in the best interest of our communities. We made a policy announcement in Jacksonville about a week ago, and this was making sure that we are following through all of our schools the presidential fitness exam and the fitness test for our kids. And we actually are going to create an even higher level. This is going to be the Florida Elite Fitness Exam, where kids in our schools can compete in all 6 of the metrics under the presidential fitness exam. And we actually was talking to some people about this, and this one's pretty cool. I got to talk to a couple of famous Florida athletes. I'm thinking, one male athlete, one female athlete. And for the kids who compete and receive the Florida Elite Fitness Award, I think having those athletes come to that event and prevent those kids with their awards, so, because they get to see their heroes or somebody they look up to. It's about what's doing the common sense thing for the future of our kids. That's what this is about. We are looking at a state that has been phenomenal. We live in a phenomenal state. But getting to number 1 is awesome. Staying number 1 is hard work. And that hard work starts with the future of our kids. I know that affordability is a major topic of conversation because it really does matter to all Floridians. We're going to tackle insurance costs. We're going to reform that system and drive insurance costs down. We're going to do that. I was just on the phone with the Association of Builders and Contractors. We're going to address construction costs and timelines in our state to drive down the cost of housing. We are going to continue to expand our economy so young people have high-paying jobs when they go into the working world. I don't know if you've seen what's happening in Cape Canaveral. Cape Canaveral is booming. The Space Coast is alive and well. And there's some other announcements that are going to come in the future that, quite frankly, are going to knock your socks off. You're going to be like, that's happening in Florida too? Wow. But we have affordability that we have to tackle. The economy will continue to grow in our state. Common sense will continue to be the standard in Florida. And for the sheriffs in the room here and for the sheriffs all across the state of Florida, law and order will remain the standard in the great state of Florida. But it's the future of our state. The future greatness of Florida is our kids. It's my kids, it's your kids, for some of you in this room, your grandkids. But their success is our success. If we truly desire Florida to continue to be the very best state in America, and that is my desire and that is my mission as Florida's next governor, our kids have to be prepared to succeed and lead and be healthy. And we are going to make sure that that happens in the great state of Florida. So I'm very grateful that everybody decided to come here. Really appreciate you guys. Not sure if the press has any questions that they would like to ask. Oh, look, he's still.
watching Fox 35 News Plus.
Dr. Joe Schiffelbein, crazy story coming out of OpenAI. Can you talk to us about like how something like this, a rogue model going hacking another company, how something like this could happen?
Yeah, it's something that, to be honest, was pretty inevitable in this AI and quantum computing space. And if you think about it, before you are terrified by all the headlines you might see, every product that's ever developed goes through some sort of testing that tries to break it. And that's essentially what happened. Like you have a spoon in your kitchen that's gone through testing to see, is it strong enough to not be bent? This is the same thing with this model. So OpenAI was testing different models and different agents within a closed environment. But the agent that got developed was going on the offensive and found a way out of that proverbial sandbox and essentially found a way to break out of the system. So now new vulnerabilities were identified, and this will help develop a stronger product overall.
Yeah, talk to us about that. How do these vulnerabilities get identified, and what do officials need to exploit to gain access to it?
When you're looking at a system like this, and again, this is with the publicly available information that we have right now, is you have an agent that was built to do a task, to try to do something and go on the offensive in order to accomplish it. And it was relatively unconstrained, meaning it had free range, it had access. Whereas the borders of the sandbox, if you will, the guardrails, the safety net, were there to be defensive, but they were hindered. Let me put that in a way that's an easier analogy. We just had the World Cup. You saw the goalies out there. Imagine being a goalie, having the skills and the ability to block that ball that's coming at you. But before you do it, you have to get verbal permission from your coach in order to make a move. That's really what this was like. So the safety parameters that were set up with the intention of keeping the system more safe were actually hindering themselves from protecting the system. So going forward, this means we have to look at policies where what guardrails can we put in place that not only protect customers, but also protect the system itself in a little more strong way.
Is there a specific reason?
With us. Last year, I signed 4 historic executive orders to reignite a wave of progress in America's nuclear power production and promote this abundant, affordable, unlimited supply of energy for the American people. As part of this effort, I directed Secretary of Energy Chris Wright to establish a pilot program for advanced reactors and see at least 3 cutting-edge reactors started up safely by the 4th of July. And what we've done has been pretty much of a miracle. Most believe the goal was impossible, but I'm delighted to say that 4 companies succeeded in meeting that deadline for the greatest in the world at this subject. So these are the first new privately funded advanced reactors to turn on the United States in over 4 decades, and making sure that these groundbreaking designs were safe to build and test so quickly was a challenge that required a historic partnership between these innovative companies and our administration. We have brilliant nuclear people. We have a lot of brilliant people, but we have brilliant nuclear people on our staff. In the past, it often took 6 years or more to approve a reactor design, if they were ever approved at all. Most of them didn't get approved, and maybe rightfully so. But now America is building again, America is dreaming again, and we're leading the world and pioneering the next generation of nuclear power. There's nobody even close. We've taken a lead over the last 2 years that has been, I hope, insurmountable. We'll see. But let me ask Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratzius, who's been absolutely fantastic in the administration, to say a few words, followed by a few of the people. Let's see, Chris Wright will go, and Jordan Bramble, and Isaiah Taylor, then Bobby Gallagher, and Matt Lozak. And if you could, Don't spend too much time. That's a lot of people. But go ahead, and do you want to start it off, Chris, please?
We had Michael Grazios first.
Sure, go ahead, Michael.
Mr. President, you signed 4 executive orders last year, and you set one of the most ambitious goals in civil nuclear history to essentially have 3 reactors go critical by the 4th of July. This is an accomplishment that many thought would not be possible. The last time that a privately funded new reactor design went critical was in 1974, so it was over 50 years ago, and we were able to achieve that and surpass it by having 4, and these are the great 4 American companies that got it done.
Great. Go ahead, please.
In the last 30 or 40 years, the American nuclear industry has been quiescent. Most of the reactors built around the world have been built by Russia and China, both in their countries and abroad. President Trump said enough of that. America is going to be back as the leader in the nuclear space, in large reactors and in next generation small reactors. He set a bold goal. It's been exceeded, and I'm incredibly proud to be standing here with these fabulous entrepreneurs next to me.
And brilliant science people, too, really. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your leadership. It was really your executive orders that catalyzed this nuclear renaissance. When they first came out, people scoffed at them. They said it couldn't be done. And now there's not only 3 companies, but 4 companies here that really met the moment. Us at Antares, we look forward to being a resilient energy source for Golden Dome, to power high-powered assets in space, and eventually undersea autonomy. So this is a strategic technology for our nation. And what we look forward to doing is putting reactors on our military installations before 2028.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please, go ahead.
And Mr. President, thank you so much for your leadership in this moment. I think that the United States has been a leader in nuclear energy since the very beginning. We were the first ever to turn on an advanced reactor in the world. We were also the first to turn on any type of nuclear reactor in the world. But over the last 30 years, we became more interested in PowerPoint than in power plants. And it's your leadership that is changing that. The executive orders that were signed last year, I think if you look forward in 50 to 100 years when we have nuclear power of every kind that's allowing us to make steel again, to make aluminum again, to actually be able to go to outer space and all the places that humanity wants to go, you could trace it back to the executive orders that started last year. So we're honored to serve our country and be a part of this, and thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you. Great job. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for setting such an audacious, bold goal. As some of the other CEOs have said, most people thought this was impossible. But the American spirit was unlocked through your vision and through the Department of Energy and the Secretary and through the INL and John's team. We couldn't be more proud to be part of this moment. I do think this is going to be historic. I do think people are going to look back and believe this is when the tide turned on nuclear and how we unlock cheap and abundant energy.
Thank you. That's a great job you're doing too, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Yeah, one more. We cut it close, but we went critical at 12:20 a.m. on the 4th of July.
Wow.
So thank you again so much for setting these executive orders. Like everyone else said, we would not be here without those executive orders, so thank you so much. And what it's unlocking for us is this year we're going to be raising $1 billion, moving into a 1 million square foot facility, and our target market is data centers. So we're making the ideal nuclear product to power data centers with bring your own power. That's our whole goal. So thank you once again for unlocking this, and we really, really cannot be here without you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have anything to say?
Sure. Go ahead. No, I would just say, this is exactly why you created the Energy Dominance Council, that you wanted to unlock new forms of energy. People ask us all the time about green energy, and I say, if you want to invest in green energy, invest in nuclear. That's the kind of energy that's going to solve the energy demand that's out there, and that's baseload energy that's going to solve our solutions, and that's the energy of the future.
Good. Thank you.
Well, I would just add, we invented nuclear power in this country. At Idaho National Laboratory first demonstrated nuclear power in 1951. After that, 52 different reactors were designed and tested there. But it's been, prior to the last couple of months with these gentlemen, it has been more than 50 years since we had a new reactor go critical on our site. And I have to say that in all my years, and I've been around for a while, I've never seen government, private industry, and the laboratories working together this effectively. And it's all driven by the bold goals in your executive orders. So thank you,
Thank you very much. Congratulations. So, first of all, maybe you have some questions for the people behind me. Please, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President. I want to ask about the Saudi nuclear deal. This man over your shoulder announces a big deal after 18 months of negotiating with the Saudis. Seems like it's all done, it's signed, and then you come out, throw some new conditions on top of it, the whole thing blows up. So did he get out?
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program with Apollo 11 on a proper heading.